Good morning. I'd like to call the Municipal District of Taber, June 30th, 2026, regular meeting of council to order. You have an agenda in front of you. I think from going forward, even though we just passed our procedural bylaw, anytime that we have the RCMP delegation, we will put it in front of the public comment period. And just for your information, we do have one public comment period, and that will follow, if everyone's agreeable with the agenda, the RCMP delegation. Is there any other additions or deletions to the agenda?
I can accept the agenda as submitted.
Thank you. All right, any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Confirmation of the June 9th, 2026 regular meeting of council minutes. There are no concerns or issues?
I can give you a motion to accept the June 9th, 2026 regular meeting of council minutes.
Okay, any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, declaration of conflict, pecuniary and or conflict of interest.
I got a cultivated lease, the MD.
Okay. Thank you. Do you think it just pertains to the delegation or is there another aspect?
Yeah, we get off it.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you. And then we will go directly to Sergeant Gemmell. Good morning, nice to see you.
Good morning, thanks for having me. I'm here to present the May 2026 stats for my detachment. Last month, we responded to 112 calls for service and 99 of those were within the MD. We had no impaired driving infractions last month. We had 3 criminal code violations reported to us, all within the MD. We had no 911 hangups. We had 30 criminal records checks and 6 fingerprints for the general public. We made 8 patrols of Enchant, 17 patrols of Grassy Lake, and 8 patrols of Hayes for 33 Hamlet patrols. We made 2 patrols of the MD Park and 4 of Enchant Campground. And we did 83 patrols in the MD. Our patrols are down. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a mistake in tracking, but we'll get those up for next month. Violation tickets, we wrote 3 last month and all 3 were within the MD, and traffic services wrote none. Going down to the provincial crime gauge, persons crimes are down 34%, property crime is down 22%, other criminal codes saw 10 fewer instances, break and enters saw 7 more instances, theft of motor vehicle saw 8 fewer instances, and there was no change in theft under 5,000. Going down to my comments, we laid charges in 4 criminal investigations during the month of May. Property crime was 2 frauds, 1 over 5,000. The investigations are continuing. 1 mischief to a motor vehicle, 4 thefts of copper wire. Arrests and charges relating to a string of copper wire thefts. There was also a theft of a mini bike from a farmyard. Constable McGregor completed a school presentation, and I participated at Happy Day working a 3-hour shift at McDonald's. And that's what's happening in my detachment. Are there any questions or concerns?
I'll go to David, then to John.
We replaced 3 pivots, and a couple of them, the copper wire got stripped off right away when we were on the, but I was glad they didn't strip it off of the new ones in the fields anyway. So at least they're being somewhat friendly. They're not stripping, because that's suddenly not being able to irrigate would be, so it made me nervous thinking about how easy it was for them to come in and take all the wire off of a pivot. And we have all these pivots running around that they could, anyway.
Yeah, it's something that we're watching, and our Southern Alberta District Crime Reduction Unit, they're watching. They have an analyst, and we're following these guys. We've laid charges into 2 of them, so yeah, trying to prevent that for you guys.
Morning. Thanks for the report. I appreciate you guys working on the copper wire. We also have, what I've seen in the last little while is a real increase in some of the activity on our roads that isn't that beneficial, with donuts being spinned on our gravel roads. And then we have quite large groups
And one is problematic is it's on an undeveloped residential property.
Okay.
And it's just south of Tabor and large groups of people. And then after that, of course, there's lots of racing and things that go along with that. And I was wondering if there's any way we could increase patrols on Wednesdays and Sunday evenings, as that's when it seems to be most of that activity takes place. And just a suggestion, and this is not coming from me, this is coming from our residents.
Yeah, absolutely. We can do that, and we do. We are aware of peak times and times that are busier. If you see large gatherings or something like that, just phone it in and we can come and break it up and make sure that everybody's following the law and not drinking and driving and stuff when they leave as well. So, yep.
Council, any other comments or questions? We appreciate the work that you and your members are doing in our region, and it's not unnoticed, and we just bring these other items to your attention because you
Yeah.
can't be everywhere at all times.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. A motion to receive the RCMP report.
I can give you a motion to receive the RCMP report.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, next we have the public comment period. As we start utilizing the new procedural bylaw, I am going to continue to give a few updates to council and also to those online. So the public comment period means a designated portion of council meeting during which members of the public may address council for the purpose of making brief comments or asking questions, and during which no debate or decision shall occur. So we have one group who has invited us to come forward, and it is Germania's. No, it isn't.
If you just, you wanted, I didn't know that you wanted to be in closed session, but you've got the information to give.
Just a sec, you don't have your mic on. So what I think would be the best is present that you have a closed session item, and then we should be, because I don't know that anyone has the information. So the only way we can go into closed session if we have an understanding of what the matter is and to deem whether it is in closed session or not. I have only the headline of what it might be pertaining to, because Councillor Tory and I had a 2-minute, not even discussion on it, because we didn't want to not include you if you wanted. But if you want to make a presentation and request that it go to close, that may not happen today, because we have to be able to give due notice to the public and make sure that the councillors are aware. Now, have you spoken to anyone from administration on your matter?
Currently, I missed the deadline, it's not regarding that.
Okay, not regarding, so do you want to come to the mic? It's probably easier, and then that way you can have your say, and then we can make some decisions. We've really trying to make sure that our agendas are follow a process. And if you can just turn the mic on. Yes, if it's not in closed session, but as long as you're good with handing it out, I don't want you to do something you're not comfortable with. Yeah, because once you hand it out, it becomes public. Unless it's handed out in closed or it's in closed. Okay, so why don't you just briefly, just as the public comment period suggests, that you have an area of concern and that you would like it addressed. And that way you don't have to speak to details. At least now we have you in front of us. And then our administration's here, they can hear what you're talking about.
Can I then go into close?
That wouldn't be our normal practice to have the community have us move into close. That would be if we had a full agenda item. Why don't we let's take a recess for 2 minutes so we can make a plan. And so I'll suggest we take a 2-minute recess so that council can consult with our CAO, Arliss. Okay, so we'll just have a recess. I'll move for recess at 9:10 for 2 minutes. 4. All right, so we are at the public comment period. And if you would introduce yourselves and then present your item.
We're David and Fran Jeremia from the Enchant area. We've got a story that's 65 years in the making, and it started with the Special Areas Board, our leases. And we would like our lease, we made overpayments on our leases over the years. I've got data, but I can't present it right now. So I would like, because leases were paid on a cash basis with the MDT and not with the special areas when we had it in the 30s, our leases were overpaid. And so that is something that we'd like to address to council.
Okay,
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we add this lease issue to our agenda and potentially in a closed session.
so Councillor Torres made a motion to add the David and Fran Germania lease overpayment issue to the June 30th agenda, which may result in closed session. I'll just vote. David, is that
Yep, that's great.
Martin?
So this has to do with grazing and cultivated lease, I'm assuming, so I will have to excuse myself, we go into close on it, so can I vote to go into close, but leave?
Well, we got one motion on the table.
Yeah.
And then we'll seek advice from officials on the closed session. John?
Before I vote on this, I'd like to know, have you guys already talked to administration about this discrepancy in the overpayment?
Partially.
And it hasn't been satisfactory?
This is beyond the initial discussion that we had.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor.
So I'd like to speak that, I'll be voting in opposition to this. I would really like that if there's new information, that it be dealt with through administration. Because I think, and if we can't come to a solution at that point, then coming back to us might be the best way. If we're gonna deal with billing and bill payments on everything, this is going to get, I think we'd be overwhelmed at this council.
Okay, it's not dealing with current billing or bill payments currently.
I think we understand that this is a long standing, like this is over since the 30s. So this isn't something that current administration could just take care of. It would definitely take an act of council to sort something out that's this old. And so I think that's why it's come to council.
However, I'd feel much better had administration got all the information and then provided it to us as an agenda item, then we would have the background information from both sides. And so that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the proper way to handle this. And I don't know that this is the right way because we're going to get one side of the story. Administration won't have the opportunity to present the information that they might have.
Well, we'll certainly give them that opportunity. Yeah.
So we have a motion on the floor to add to the June 30th agenda, the Germania overpayment issue. Do you want to just show us that motion? Just so Councillor Torrey can confirm and I can make sure I'm not reading in anything. I think we can include the Germania's name. Don't you think, David?
Yes,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
Germania.
GEREMIA.
Okay. So the tone, the agenda doesn't change, just, or the motion doesn't change. So the motion is on the floor. I'm going to vote in favor of this because I have been thinking a lot about how do we serve our residents. But that does not mean I'm voting in favor of whatever the issue may be. But if people have taken the effort to come, I want to hear it. Noted, our procedure bylaw has been in place for 1 month, and every meeting we've had since, we've broken the procedural bylaw. So it is, I can understand why administration is exhausted by us, but that's how I feel. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Any other comments or questions? And we'll add it immediately, right?
Sure.
Recognizing that at 10 a.m. we have a delegation.
Right.
And I will pause any discussion to be respectful to the scheduled delegation. Okay, those in favor of the motion in front of you? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Okay, so the next step is if you want to present information, and then we have to determine if it meets the litmus test for closed session, or if in fact it should actually be referred back to administration to review or to an upcoming council meeting. That would be in open once you've submitted a document. So I would just hold on to that. So can you speak in generalities?
We had a lease again.
The mic needs to be on, sorry.
So our family's had a lease with the special areas in the late 30s. These got transferred to the MDT in 61 and 63. At some point, lease payments changed from prop share to cash rents. However, the makeup of our leases were never inventoried properly by the MDT. So we were being overcharged on grassed areas. And you take that over a large time frame, those amounts become quite substantial. And we're looking at this point to see if we can come to some conclusion to help us maintain our leases with this overpayment.
I'm just going to ask, so if you feel there's been overpayment,
Correct.
our administration definitely has to determine if there's overpayment, but you're asking to have that money returned to you or credited for future lease payments?
Some sort of alley, like towards maybe perhaps purchase. But, you know, we can't let this money just sit on the table.
David?
I just think since we've, our new lease policies could potentially lead to a purchase situation, and the two policies are very different related to grazing and cultivated, that there's going to have to be a decision made about what this is, you know, what kind of a lease this is, because the two policies are very, very different. And so if this is and any other land purchase discussions like this would go on in closed, I think that we probably should go into closed so that we can talk openly and try to figure this out. So I'd like to make a motion that we go into closed.
For the purpose of second party business interests?
Third party?
Third party, sorry.
But I want to make it clear, that's a guess from administration. So whatever resolution council makes is council decision.
Okay. Just give me 1 second, David. So David's made a motion to go into closed session. I would move these off by heart.
You want to cite those parts?
Um. So closed session, section 1972 of the MGA and section 20 of Access for Information, ATIA, disclosure to business interests of a third party.
Yeah.
Murray,
I guess since this is talking about grazing land, I might have to step out for getting interest.
okay, thank you.
Say that in open.
Okay. So we have a motion to go into close based on business interests of a third party. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. So we will move into closed session at 9:36. All right. A motion to come out of closed?
I'll move that we come out of
We'll
closed
just
session.
wait for Lace to
Sorry.
give you the, okay, now you're good. Go ahead.
I move that we come out of closed session.
9:56. Is there a motion coming out of closed? No, they want to be out.
Okay, well, however we wanted to phrase that, you, maybe Lane?
Oh, we're coming out of closed.
Oh,
Those
yeah.
in favor, sorry. Thanks. Just wait, yeah, go ahead. If we have a motion on, if someone's,
So I move that the Jeremia lease overpayment matter be referred to administration for further investigation, and that administration present its findings and any recommendations to council at a future meeting.
okay, thank you. With the red in motion, do you need to see it in front of you? Are you? Perfect. All right, any questions are on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, those in favor? That motion is carried.
Thanks
Okay.
for coming in.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let's bring in our other counselors and then we will move to our 10 o'clock delegation. Okay, let's go.
Let's see here.
David. No, this is the right. I'll just tell you that.
Fix
now.
this.
I'm gonna read it, but not for a minute, do it. It's the right.
Yeah,
I know, we'll go from there, but just with what we have. Okay, we are going to move on to our 10 o'clock delegation. It is item 10 on our paper agenda, Explore Inc. UBC Fiber Project MAA. And so I will have administration introduce the subject. As they're preparing, we'll do a quick council introduction and then we'll turn it over to you to introduce, but then the subject matter will be introduced by the administration. So Murray, let's go. You can go first.
Murray Reynolds, Counselor for Division 6, that's the Inchan area.
Lane Johnson, Division 1, west of Tabor.
Good morning, John Trocado, Division 2, which is south of Tabor.
Division 4, Tamara Mianega, Tabor North.
Martin Conner, Division 7, Vauxhall area.
David Torrey, Division 3, Grassy Lake area.
Ernie Pagers, Division 5, which is Hayes.
Your name? Perfect. And now we'll go to administration to introduce themselves and then introduce the topic, please.
Okay, Bryce Serena, Director of Community Services, and
Yeah.
other administrations. So Arliss Crofts, CIO, and Lise Lutz, our admin assistant with the office of the CIO. And our executive team behind us, Director of Corporate Services, Mike Passy, and Director of Municipal Operations, Corey Green.
And we have someone joining us online.
I believe they would be from Explore, correct? You want to introduce that? Perhaps you can introduce them, Melissa.
Yeah, we have Tracy Shelton.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so we have Tracy, who is our municipal access manager on the line.
Good morning.
And Benjamin.
Oh, and sorry, I didn't have Benjamin's on. And then Benjamin's on as well. Did you guys just want to introduce yourselves quickly?
Sure, I'll go. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tracy Shalafu. I'm with our Municipal Relations Department, and I think I've met some of you before, obviously Bryce and Carlos, but yeah, happy to answer any questions you have today.
And so my name is Benjamin Ribisi. I'm the project manager on the Explore site for this project. I will be responsible for constructing the build when the build starts.
Remain, I just, maybe what I'll do is do a little, if you're okay with that, I'll start to kind of introduce the topic and then we can reach out for any questions as well. In discussions with Explore, we've been brought in front of council. So as per RFD, you can see that the topic has been in front of council a couple of times. We have taken a look at negotiations of a municipal access agreement with Explorer through legal departments to come up with a municipal access agreement that, again, based on administration's opportunity to negotiate with Explorer, represents an opportunity for them to install fiber as part of their Universal Broadband Fund project. As per the maps that are included, so around Tabor area and out along Highway 3 east towards Grassy Lake. And so that project has been in front of council for consideration. The municipal access agreement is the direction that administration received as far as developing that relationship and that agreement. We have also gathered additional information as of the February 24th meeting specific to obligations. So we did point to the agreement primarily for the obligations for both parties, but we've also done some additional information gathering with regards to some cost or price sharing from Explorer with regards to some of their service offerings. And so they did share with us that they do plan to maintain consistency across their platform as far as costs go, comparable to what they deem to be the urban rates, so comparable to what you'd receive in the Tabor area. And that was also been linked to their site for additional information in the RFD. And there has been a couple of items that were pulled out of previous conversations that we added as amendments to the potential or the recommended resolution that's put in front of council today. And that includes a 1.5 meter location of the installation on the outer edge of the road allowance, and or to negotiate that with operations to ensure that those locations are appropriate for the municipality. And then the second part is to for council to consider a 10-to-1 permitting process for this project specifically. This would be a deviation from our fees and charges bylaw. So this would be something that we'd require approval from council, and it would be a 10-to-1 permit. So for every 10 permits that are applied for crossings and such for the project, we would charge one fee. And that would be to help support the project in going forward. It was recognized by Explorer that because it is primarily a UBF grant funded project, that there would be some limitations to the fees that they can absorb as part of the project. And so this was the administration trying to look at opportunities for us to support the project if that is something that council desires. We are definitely here to take questions, so I don't want to just go on and on, but we do have a number of points under the additional information that I touched on just right now here. In addition to just knowing that the Universal Broadband Fund agreement that Explorers entered into with the program is a confidential commercial document, and so that wasn't something that could be shared as part of additional information sharing.
So other municipalities have dealt with this same project, and we're looking at delivering fiber to Grassy Lake. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So
I just want to add one thing. So we previously shared a deck that included maps of all the locations that we planned on going to. Is that a possibility to share?
So with that, I guess, how do we respect the investment that's been put in by other companies to deliver services there now that we are now going to take out at the knees? How do we address that?
So there would be no intention to overbuild any existing infrastructure. The Universal Broadband Fund identified areas that were underserved, so areas that were not getting the minimum 50-10 requirement. So the areas that we would be deploying fiber to the home are areas that were deemed as underserved by ISED.
So then there'd be no service delivered to where it's currently being delivered by another service provider then?
There wouldn't be fiber to the home in those areas.
Okay. Would there not be an element of choice too, though?
Well, absolutely. I mean, there is other options like satellite options that are available, but these homes that we've been contracted to build to were deemed as underserved, so they would have limited options for internet.
Okay, we'll turn. Okay.
Another question I have is with the relocation of lines. I don't understand how, we've done this in the past where pipelines cross our farmland. If it needs to be relocated, it's 100% upon the person crossing our lands. We don't pay anything for it. And that's something we write into the contract. I don't understand how we're allowing this group access to our right of way, yet if we need to relocate it because we need to do some work, we have to pay 100% of the costs in the first whatever many years. I don't think we should be paying anything. I just don't understand that rationale.
Would you like me to explain that, Bryce?
Certainly, as you can take a run that.
Yeah, so happy to provide clarity on that. So you're comparing two different industries. Oil and gas have a way bigger budget, way bigger profit margins to be able to handle that kind of a reconstruction. With ISPs, we deal with smaller budgets. We're talking about a 2-inch conduit getting relocated, potentially in the first 5 years, looking at it realistically, probably not going to happen. The responsibility to pay for that slowly graduates to us. Now, the relocation schedule provided in the agreement that I think has been agreed upon is one that's been provided by the CRTC that manages telecommunications. So it's been deemed fair, and we use it across Canada. So that pretty much lets you know that it's a fair agreement and it's a fair schedule, and it's one that's in use across Alberta and Canada.
Respectfully, Tracy, not to disagree too hard. I think what was negotiated for presentation to council was I want to use the language, was more in favor of the municipality compared to the CRTC version that you're referencing. That was a discussion between legal counsels.
Okay, yeah, no, fair enough, Arlos. I haven't seen that final agreement yet, but yeah, that's great news. That's even better for the municipality.
Okay, we can turn it over to you.
So I had previously been here in
Yeah.
September presenting to you all, and I think most of you were here, maybe with the exception of one of you.
Actually, 4 new.
Oh, okay. Well, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Okay. And so we recently found out that there were some questions that were posed at a council meeting, so we thought it was important for us to come here and answer any questions that you may have to alleviate any concerns, so that way we could hopefully move forward with your approval. So in my role, I work closely with the provincial and federal government, just ensuring that we're, in compliance with our agreement and that the project is moving forward as directed. So if there's any technical questions, that's why I brought members of our broader team to answer any questions that you may have.
The question that I asked all along, the many times we've seen ExploreNet, is MDT administration comfortable with the risk this utility poses to us and sees more advantage than risk?
Specific to the purpose of obtaining broadband or enhancing broadband and internet access. I believe it's a positive move forward, but there is risk. I mean, that risk has been delineated all since the beginning, so.
Right. And so we've moved towards a more of a, as you said before, favorable to MDT, which is what we asked.
Compared to what was.
Initially.
Yeah.
Good. That was always my main concern.
Can I just add too, is that when we were doing our initial, the Universal Broadband Fund was initially released and we were looking at opportunities, municipality did develop a broadband as a basic telecommunication service. So just recognizing it as a utility for the municipality and for the region and what it brings to the table. And fiber was highlighted as the technology to prove the test of time, and that it was the most substantial investment that could be made to have an impact in the broadband industry for the region. So,
David?
We've been talking a little bit to Fortis and other utilities about licensing agreements. Is that part of the broadband world? Like, do we?
Whatever they put in from a linear perspective will be taxed. I don't think you're looking at significant dollars, but however the provincial assessors tax that linear assessment will be revenue generated. But that's, again, I'm not an assessor or a provincial assessor on the linear side of things, so I can't speak to that in detail. I'm not sure if that's answering your question or not. I'm not aware of franchise fees.
Franchise, yeah. I'm just wondering if that was
not specific to this industry. No.
Okay.
Anyone else have any? Oh, I'm sorry.
I just add one more thing too, and it was actually pretty important as we move forward with this project, as we looked at this project in the earlier stages, is that because of its location and not to like pick on a certain spot within the project, but we did mention as part of the research that we did with Explore is that the Highway 3 corridor, and just continuing to emphasize the importance of the corridor as far as this project's location, because it does have overlaps around the Highway 3 corridor around the Taber region, and then going down east along the Highway 3. Just how significant that zone is to the municipality as well, so that they considered that as part of their project to ensure that, you know, there was considerations for economic development and future of the MDA Taber business industry.
So go to Lane, then to John.
I guess just,
and David.
I know that these are the designated service areas, but what are the opportunities to expand beyond this if there is other areas that we've identified that service should be provided for?
And there absolutely would be opportunities to expand beyond this. What we're showing here is what our agreement is with the provincial and federal governments. And the requirement would be to complete this. The date right now is by March 31st, 2027. We're working on an extension on that right now for the entire program for a year. So once we have that in place, then we would have opportunities to expand further into Taber.
Okay, John, then David.
So you mentioned Highway 3 in the province, so I would assume that some of this fiber is going to be put in the Highway 3 right away, is that correct? Or provincial right away?
I'll default to Tracy. He would have more knowledge on that.
Yeah, thanks, Melissa. Yes, we've allocated extra fibers that we'll place in the right of way along Highway 3. We had our senior fiber planner join us on a call. We met with Bryce last year at some point just to go over what that might look like. And so we'll add enough fiber to service the commercial properties along Highway 3. And to further to what Melissa said about future expansion, the company does have a division called the Go It Alone Group, and they're currently looking for opportunities. They will speak with myself and others with regards to where these opportunities are. We've already identified many across the Alberta Build, and plans are being put into place for that. So as new subdivisions come into the MD of Taber, we'll be looking at those quite closely to see if there is an opportunity, because once the funding is done, the funding was never meant to provide us enough money to go and build our network everywhere. It's just meant to sort of capture as many underserviced homes as the project had budget for, but understanding there's still many that we're not getting to, and these places are coming up in discussion now. So I guess those discussions will happen, as Melissa stated, at the conclusion of the funded part of the build. So we have to focus on that. That's what the funds were provided for, and once that's complete, we'll look at the go-to-loan stuff.
I was just wondering the timing, if things move forward here, how soon do you think you'll actually be in the ground, specifically in the town of Grassy Lake?
Sorry, that person's from Explore as well. Benjamin or Tracy, do you know when the anticipated construction date would be for that?
Yeah, go ahead, just a second. So for Tabor, we're looking at construction to start sometime in 2027. But I can find out the exact construction start date and come back to Melissa, who can convey that information across to you.
I mean, rough numbers is fine, but anyway, sometime in early 2027, or are we?
Yeah, early 2027.
Okay.
Administration can follow up on that. That's
Yeah.
pretty vague response.
Okay, any other questions on the project? I realize for those who haven't seen the other presentations, there's a lot of information in that slide deck. But know that we really, the past councils really pushed administration to work with ExploreNet to figure out, to mitigate risk, which we were concerned with initially. So seeing no other questions, are you prepared to move forward with this motion? If someone considering making it, there's a recommendation. There is also alternatives at the bottom of these 4 pages.
I can make a motion.
Okay.
That the Municipal District of Tabor approve entering into municipal access agreement for the installation of buried broadband fiber optics as proposed by Explore Universal Broadband Fund Fiber Project that applies within road right-of-ways under municipal control with the following amendments and conditions. Section 2.1, ensure that any equipment being buried adjacent to municipal roads will be within 1.5 meters of the legal boundary where possible, or within the agreed upon distance from the legal boundary by MDT operations of the said municipal road. Agree to the right-of-way crossing, proximity, and approach permits and fees to be adjusted to 1 fee charged for every 10 permits applied for.
Yes.
I can't vote in favor of the agreement as it's before us. We're gonna give them a deal on our crossings, yet we have to pay anytime we have to do anything in our right of way, up to 100% for the first 3 years and only diminishing by 10% per year. I think that's really unfair, and I think that's too much risk for the benefit we've got, because I believe that we already have a service that's available with for last mile customers like myself and most of the people around this table, and that's a different service provider with low Earth satellites. And so I think there's too much risk here in the way this agreement is currently laid out. I would like to see changes to it before I could vote in favor.
Any other comments or questions? The only thing that concerns me is the 1 fee per charge for every 10 permits. I just think, man, we don't give that break to many people, but I also don't have any issue with competition, because anytime we can get stable internet, and I don't have it even at my house, and I have a low satellite, but after this weather, it wasn't stable. So if I had something that went right to my door, and I think there are others who would choose that. And the other thing is, we're not forcing our residents to take this. This is not because we agree to this, you still have the choice of any internet provider, but this might provide stable for those who want to join up with ExploreNet. And what I understand is that if we don't move forward, there could be other implications that someone else is telling us how to move forward, and I never like that either.
I think also, I mean, I'm really hoping that we're moving forward with, you know, within the next few years on more industrial parks and stuff like that. And for bigger businesses to operate, say in the Grassy Lake area, to have an actual in the ground fiber optic is a much more stable way of trying to do business transactions. So I just think it makes it more feasible to get bigger in industries to locate in the Highway 3 corridor.
John?
So I guess, and you might not be able to disclose this, and that's fine. I'm just wondering, with the province, are they signing the same relocation clause that we are?
Tracy, are you aware?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the question. So we are in potentially entering into a municipal access agreement with MD of Tabor. So you'd be responsible for your costs. When those revert back to us, we're responsible for our costs. The only involvement the province has is at the beginning of all this with funding. But that's kind of my understanding. That answer your question?
If I could perhaps rephrase the question. For any infrastructure you have in the Alberta Transportation right away, what's the scheduled replacement like? Is that correct, Councillor Takedo? Am I capturing what?
Yeah, the relocation costs for that jurisdiction being the province of Alberta.
That is a very good question. I don't work on the Alberta Transportation file. Jordan, are you able to provide any kind of clarity on that?
Yeah, I think if I'm understanding the question correctly, is essentially if you're going to widen a highway, or there's a conflict of where a highway needs to be moved or it needs to be widened, essentially you're looking for confirmation that Explore is going to help with that construction project, that it won't impact our facilities. Is that the question that's being asked?
The question is specific to Alberta Transportation rights of way.
And the relocation costs responsible of Alberta Transportation. Because currently we're paying, in the first 3 years, we're paying 100%. I'm wondering if the province has the same, I guess, level of costing if they have to relocate in the first 3 years as well. If it's a similar schedule to what we see here, and it's highlighted, it's called the Relocation Cost Sharing Principles.
That would have to be something that we take away, and I can get you an answer on that.
Yeah, it's a good question, but just to get back to risk. Now, risk has come up a couple of times, and I just want to add clarity to that in the sense that we're taking a lot of risk on by servicing a small number of homes. It's not like providing fiber into a major market. Even the town of Tabor would be considered a major market in this area because you've got a large concentration of customers in a very small area. Explore is running many kilometers to hook up very few homes. Once we put fiber in the ground and we have fiber running to each house, there's no guarantee that we're going to get a customer. The customer has to choose to select Explore as a provider. Then we have a customer that's paying. So if we have 10 customers along maybe a 5K stretch, half of them choose not to go with Explore. The cost to service that area is high. And so, yes, we're getting funded to come in here, but the risks are still great. There's no guarantee we're going to get customers, and we're going to do our best to market to those customers and hopefully get to a number that allows us to be profitable over a period of time, but there's still some risk in that.
Okay, any further questions or comments? The motion is in front of you. It has been read in. If you're ready, I'll call for the vote. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. All right, 10:26. I know it feels like we aren't getting very far, but we're gonna take 4 minutes of a personal break and then we'll come back at 10:30. So. Okay, we'll return to our regularly scheduled agenda. Starting with the consent agenda reports, we'll enter into the CAO report. We'll turn it to Arliss to give us any high-level items he would like to, and then I'll turn it to council to ask questions.
Yeah, the CEO report is, as usual, as presented, just emphasizing a couple of things specific to now that we're in the spring season here. We've included the operations programs, kind of the maps or graphics that we typically include during this season, just to provide, or at least a monthly update in terms of progress on some of those operations programs that we run annually. So those are in there as well, just as a point of reference. So, and then I'm open to questions, answering questions as best as I can.
Council, any questions on the CAO report? John?
Just wondering, does our software provide an opportunity for us to see outstanding motions or actions, and where they are in the queue?
The best thing that we have for that is the council follow-up action list that we bring to you guys quarterly. That shows whether it's in progress or whether it's completed. And then that hopefully we can utilize for council, that can be utilized as an opportunity to ask on potential timelines or things like that.
So I should have put this in shared notes, but I didn't, and that is, I'm asking, like, I think I brought forward a question on the clear well capacity of Grassy Lakes water infrastructure system, whether it's enough for the future and present use.
I can give you a non-engineered response to that, specific to the future. I hope I don't sound too thick, but yes, if we want more future capacity, we'll have to expand it. Whether that's on that site or just the treated reservoir elsewhere, that would have to be designed. But again, I'm saying it without engineering parameters. I'm just saying it from a very generalist CAO perspective, that if you want future capacity, that is one way to add it through treated reservoirs.
Thank you.
So I don't know if that satisfies that, but to get the detailed aspect of it, and we'll probably have to bring it again for budget, is to do those hamlet infrastructure plans so that we can use it as a roadmap, similar to our road master transportation plan.
I was talking to somebody over the weekend that was kind of a naysayer on the spillway project, and then admitted that he thought he would never see water go down it. And here, he was very interested to see that there was a whole bunch of water coming down that spillway. Must be somebody that lives in the area. I forget, must have been at church, somebody. But it made me think about, as I read through your report way down, it talked about how you're dealing with the messes of all this rain with the different places. Are we seeing some things that need, it always, shows us our weakness when something like this happens. But are there some projects that we're going to need to look at now that you're cleaning up, keeps hitting us, but are there some things that we'll need to highlight soon from this water?
I think naturally, and I'll let our Director of Municipal Operations speak to that in more detail. But I think generally speaking, yes, whenever that happens, we become aware of things. We also become aware of things that have changed since the last time it rained. A big part of the impetus behind this, a couple years ago, 3 years ago now, maybe? No, 2 years, I think. We implemented a drainage crew to go around and fix trouble drainage spots during the construction season. That map is in here, that program map is in here to address some of those spots as they're identified. And then as part of the 2018 floods, which showed a lot of opportunities for improvement in certain areas, we tracked those, and that formed a basis of a lot of those lists, a lot of that list. So that's the inventory plus whatever we notice now, we add to that list for that crew to address. There are some other areas that we discussed. One project that will likely be coming in the future as SMRID pursues its chin expansion construction, or parts of its chin expansion construction by Stafford Reservoir. On the MD side, there's an opportunity there to do a project perhaps So yes, I guess my short answer is yes. I don't know if you have anything to add, Corey, but specific to the horsefly, it does speak to the leadership that past and current MD councils put into planning for moisture when it's dry, right? So.
No, I don't have anything to add. This wet weather does show us where we need to do some drainage improvements. We do have a long list. So whatever it shows us now just gets added onto that list. So.
Okay, any other CAO report questions? Murray?
I've been getting a few calls on some of the roads up my area with needing more gravel, especially around, I see there on your graveling program you are. The roads that are getting beat up by the feedlot traffic, or the gravel is pushed through the road, and every time it showers a bit, they're like slippery and whatever, but I see there are, most of them are on the schedule, so.
I do believe we have a budgeted project there. Construction likely won't happen this year, just depending on receiving the funding. But I think there's some optimism moving forward on that as well. Can't speak to too much detail here, but right in that area for roads too, Murray. Something I'd also like to encourage for councilors to use is, or encourage residents to use, is the service tracker interface, and I can continue to report that as well. Continue talking to you as councilors, but it's a tool for you to share with them as well.
I guess have to be like Tamira and put it in myself. They just said, oh yeah, you can look after that for me. I'm like,
and if there's any concerns about doing that, we're here to help as well. Actually entering them.
Just wondering if there's, because of the conditions we're seeing here, if there's any room in the budget to hire additional help for graveling, because I know we have vast amounts of stockpiled gravel, and I don't know if that's in the budget or in the plans.
I don't know if I can answer it on the spot. I can refer it to Corey, Director of Municipal Ops.
Yeah, we don't budget for additional help. So what we have budgeted is for our internal staff.
I guess during budget deliberations, I wonder if that isn't something we shouldn't add as a possible addition, even if it's for some kind of flex funding for years like this, where we might be able to, even if it's out of reserves or somewhere, to be able to have that in the budget, but you don't, similar to stone removal in large cities where they never know how much they're going to use or utilize, and then they set some aside. And we've had the misfortune of being dry for multiple years in a row here and haven't needed to engage further resources. But I don't know that that's a good plan going forward. Maybe we should, as part of the budget deliberations, bring that forward as a discussion item.
Okay.
David?
On Range Road 13.5, there's a little side MD road allowance going west, and I took it to go look at some fields, and I was shocked how much beautiful gravel there was on there. I thought I was going to get stuck, and the road was actually in amazing condition. It must have been very recently graveled. So there are some roads that actually look really good, not just falling apart. So thank you. That road, I was shocked. I thought it was going to be one of these mud bog things, and it was perfectly graveled and looked really nice.
Okay, I have one question about our hamlets. So we have our hamlet, is it manager or foreman? I'm not sure the term.
Operators.
Hamlet operators in place. And how is that working out well as far as getting through that long hamlet checklist and identifying things that we either need to focus on or look at for future funding? And are the communities, I don't have a hamlet in Division 4, but are the councillors in division with hamlets seeing some positive with this reinstatement of a hamlet operator?
Yeah, I think the operator in the Enchanted Hamlet's doing a good job. People seem to be happy. There's always one or two that aren't, but that's the way it is.
I'm pretty sure it's Albert that's in Enchant. It's the same guy in Hayes.
Okay.
Awesome. People are very happy that there's someone there making sure the grass gets mowed regularly, and all the little things and stuff like that.
Great. I didn't really need to speak about the individual, just in general, because we kind of transitioned away from that. Now we've transitioned back. So I'm hoping it's positive. And from an MD perspective, is that working out well? Just because Hamlets have a huge checklist, right? It's like running 3 mini towns in.
It gives us resources to respond and to be more proactive, right? So
Perfect. Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else have questions on the CEO report? If not, I will continue on to councillor reports. You can see my written report. There's been lots of community engagement, and I really thank those who have helped when we couldn't be at items, so I really appreciate that. The one I just want to highlight, which is taking quite a bit of my time, is Taber and District Housing Foundation. We made a substantial commitment to them as a municipality, and one of the criteria was that we would continue to work towards finding alternative funding solutions. So we continue to do that. It's become a standing agenda item. The work with one of the, it's in writing here, Prime Build 360. We still are working on some of those details. It may not work for this current project, but it would maybe work for some alternate social housing that we're really seeing homelessness showing up in Vauxhall and Taber, that people are having to couch surf or find alternate places to live. So it's definitely a deficit, and it's hard to compare when you have a city like Lethbridge or Calgary, but homeless, one person unhoused is one person too many, in my opinion. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I've been very busy in June. So if not, then we'll continue going down the line and and maybe the councillors who have, I'll just speak to Taber has Canada Day events, and I'll leave it to Vauxhall councillor to speak to the Vauxhall Canada Day. I just hope people will take in these awesome free events that are great for our community. Deputy Reeve Johnson.
So the ones that I'm involved with, the Chamber of Commerce, they have moved forward with the procurement of the Bank of Montreal building that they're going to be moving into. Some renovations are going to be required before they move in. They anticipate later this fall being in a position to complete that move after Corn Fest. The museum is planning on moving into the space that the chamber has vacated or will be vacating. So they're working with the town on some changes to the inside of the museum. Museum has made some staffing changes and finally able to move forward with opening again. Things are looking good there, and there's always an opportunity for board members, volunteer board members, to step forward to serve on the museum if that's your cup of tea, or you know someone else that would be interested in that.
Thank you. Councillor Turcado.
So I had a busy June as usual. I guess the biggest highlight is our invitation through Alberta Agriculture and Irrigation, and an invitation from the Chinese Chamber of Commerce pea protein conference that we attended. There was 6 individuals from Southern Alberta, Councillor Tory and myself, 2 representatives from the town of Taber, 1 from Vulcan, and then 1 from Southgrow as well, the executive director. Very, very good conference. We were very, very busy. I think we have some work to do, as there's probably a delegation going to return here that we met in China. That everyone thinks there's a really high possibility that we will be hosting them this fall, probably late summer, early fall, that they will be coming here, and they will have a number of questions that they will want answered. So I'm hoping that we can work through the answers on that. And then many other committees, I attended multiple events as well.
Yeah, I've had a few meetings. Ernie and I went to CDC Newell, had a great conference, had good speakers, and did tours of the facilities that they're trying to rent out, the greenhouses, and they had a drone demonstration. I forget what, there's a group in Lake Newell with a boat trying to find, what was that? Carp or whatever. They had a demonstration thing there, how they were doing it, but had Timber Shooting Foundation meeting, Timber Police Commission, Boxer Regional Water last night. Next week I have Boxer Regional Fire. And tomorrow is I guess maybe I'll let Councillor Condor talk about their July 1st dues there. Any questions? I'll try and answer.
Thank you. Councillor Tory.
Yeah, definitely the China trip was a highlight, and it was great to be on such a good team. I did go to South Crow earlier just to be able to get a little bit up to speed before leaving and to be able to meet Peter. And he did an amazing job on the trip. And so it was great to have some good leadership to keep us in the right places. And so it was, that was awesome. We went, 3 of us were at FCM in Calgary as well. And kind of to back up Tamara on her comments on homelessness, it was definitely a major topic all through that conference. There was lots of sessions on it. So I think there will be something on our agenda later today from that session, but it is a huge concern all over Canada. And anyway, it would be a shame we can't control all of Canada, but for our area, we can certainly try to make a difference. And so definitely appreciate what our housing people are doing. But it was nice to feel part of something much bigger, the federal municipal conference in Calgary. It was just nice to be able to sit and visit with mayors from Northern Ontario and councillors from downtown Vancouver and all over the place, and just compare things that are going on in those different areas, and just to realize, I mean, we all have issues, that a lot of them are a little bit different, but that we're part of a pretty amazing country, and just a lot of really great people trying to do good things all across this country. So it was a very nice experience.
Thank you. Councillor Peters.
Okay, my wife and I went to the SACA conference, and thoroughly enjoyed that, made good contacts, and also was good source of resources. And then after that, we left to the FCM conference in Edmonton. And highlights from the FCM, there was an IT presentation on AI. And one guy mentioned he'd made 66 emails to his CEO, and he had used the AI to analyze it and only got 4 replies. I think our CAO does a lot better job than that. Just wanted to mention that. And well, anyways, went to both the opening sessions, listened to Dominic LeBlanc and Avi Lewis, and I missed Elizabeth May on Sunday, but that was fine. I also participated in the policy voting. I made a friend during I met a person during the AGM for, not FCM, but the one in spring. And she got me involved in that. And one thing I really wanted to highlight is I ended up talking to a counselor from Steinbach, and he mentioned that they had built a brand new recreational facility that cost $40 million. And it started off by a $5 million donation from an individual. And he had a meeting with council and everything, and left donating $25 million. So they had $30 million donated. So they fundraised another $10 million. No, they fundraised another $5 million, and then they borrowed $10 million to finish it off. And he had a plan to pay that off in 4 years. And I thought that was kind of interesting. Didn't have time to talk about it, but I have friends in Steinbach. And he invited me to go visit the facility. And I looked him up. I can get a hold of him. And this summer, when I go to Steinbach, I'm going to investigate that more, because I think some of those ideas we can use in the future for our own. I'm pretty sure we're headed towards a recreational facility in Tabor here. And I figured that'd be good information to have. I also found out that Catherine Clark was the MC. She's Joe Clark's daughter. So I'm shy. I went and introduced myself. That was a good time too. But there's over 3,000 delegates there. I thought that was very, very interesting. And another thing I noticed is we are very fortunate in this area. You know, like both of our main water plants are up to date. People are looking for funding for water plants. No idea where to get it. And we're pretty fortunate. I also represented MD at the Halo at the hangar in Medicine Hat. Went to the CDC New Ag Summit with Murray there and made good contacts there and fed the first mosquitoes of the year. Vauxhall Ag Society Appreciation Barbecue was a couple days ago. That was good. And I stopped on the road and talked to our local grader operator who was draining puddles on the side of the road. That was a positive experience. Introduced myself to him and got to know another employee from the MD, which I think is good. I've had both positive and negative comments on our tax policy. And 6:30 tomorrow, I'm cooking sausages in Vauxhall for the first.
Thank you. Councillor Condor.
I got tied up doing a bunch of personal stuff, so I had to cancel out a bunch of stuff, but I did go to buy some buildings that the MD's put a lot of money into, and they're looking really good. The ag building has come a long ways. The soft opening they had, a lot of people attended, and it looks really good. They got some nice signs up for all the donors that put money in. A lot of people helped out make that become a reality, and it's looking good. And the grand opening is in the middle of July. A Halo event there too. And then the Ball Academy building has come along pretty good. I stopped by to visit that, and it's kind of neat to see. There's kids from all over Canada that come to Vauxhall, small town, 1,000 people, to play ball. And we got one that just got called up again to play for the Blue Jays again, Adam Mako. And it's kind of neat. My kid went to school with him. And it's neat. These kids make friendships all over Canada, make connections, and it helps grow everything. It's not just here, it grows all across Canada. And Vauxhall, one of the biggest events is coming up July 1st. Got a pancake breakfast in the morning, parade, followed by the Derby, which is usually well attended. And I'm not sure who ordered the request, but the rain looks like it's going to stop for that one day. So it should be nice. That it should be a good time. And the fireworks usually that night are really good. And they have a ball game later at 6, alumni game to generate monies for the local Spurs team that takes players from not the MD of Tabor, but also from Brooks. They all come and play out of Vauxhall. Usually represent us well going down to Montana. And I know whenever we head down to Montana, my kid played it. They always talk about Vauxhall and everything, like coming up to this area to see how good everything's maintained. And we got a good name, the MD, when they drive through. Montana, when they come up, really appreciate coming up here.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions on the CAO or council's reports? Seeing none, let's move into correspondence. The a letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs, the 2026 funding allocation on the local government fiscal framework.
Yes, it confirms the 2026 allocation for LGFF, but it also forecasts our 2027 allocation as well. So that'll be referenced in terms of budget as we get into that in the coming months.
Is it in line with what we anticipated?
I think generally speaking, yes, but it's in alignment with ultimately revenue generation of the province as well, right, based on their new formulas. And then just as a reference, what used to be called the CCBF, I can't remember the acronym for that, has now been rebranded by the federal government as the BCSF, sorry, Building Community Something Fund. Sustainability Fund.
I don't know.
Strong, Building
Strong.
Canada Strong Fund.
Okay.
Thank you. It'll change again in 3 years.
Yeah.
But we are grateful for those regular, somewhat dependable funds from year after year, as that funds more or less, as we learned, I think, at a past committee of the whole meeting, that funds our capital projects.
Yeah. John?
So 1.7 this year, is that significantly higher than last year?
Let's see. Mike, do you know the answer on the spot to that?
Yes. 2025, we got 1.73 million. 2026 is 1.72 million. And then based on what we're seeing here, estimating 1.9 million in 2027.
So with the increased revenue that the province is generating because of the war, is that reflected here? Or is it not reflected until the following year? I'm not sure how that works.
It takes a few years to show up.
It's about, I think, a 2-year lag or so. I think so. Emphasis on not being certain.
Okay, we'll move on to the second letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs, unpaid oil and gas property taxes.
So this is referencing the continuation, or letting us know the continuation of the PERC and DIRC program for those oil and gas operators or linear properties that don't pay their municipal taxes. This is an avenue where we can at least potentially recover the designated industrial requisition and the provincial education requisition. So we've been fortunate enough to be somewhat successful over the years as we submit those applications. If I can use success in the same context of the conversation, and every little bit counts, I think, when we can collect it.
I'm going to get on a soapbox here, as I usually do around this time of the year, with unpaid oil and gas. We've been dealing with this for the last, would be the 9th time I've been talking about this, because I've been on council for 8.5 years. The province continues to tell us that they've got the problem solved, yet the problem's never solved. And all we can do is advocate whenever we're talking to MLAs and ministers to make sure we highlight the fact that we're still going with unpaid oil and gas taxes, yet royalties never go unpaid to the province. So they have an avenue to make sure that we're whole, and as well that landowners are whole, because they're also not paying surface rights. So it's imperative upon everybody, not just this council, but even our MD residents. Anytime you're talking to them, make sure you highlight that fact that oil and gas revenue or royalties never go unpaid. So how are they able to have a system for that, but they can't for the rest of us? That's something to highlight with them. Thank you.
And I believe every time we're in front of the Minister of Municipal Affairs, we bring that forward, and even in Bear Pit. So MD Council has been a strong advocate with that. Okay, I'll continue on. There's a thank you card from the Barnwell Seniors Plus 55 Club. And that's in regards to the donation and our letter of support. So it's always nice to see those follow-ups. And they acknowledge the Progressive West success they had in grant applications. And Progressive West is who MD of Taber has on retainer to help nonprofits and to help us with obtaining grants. And it's always nice to see those successes. Chinook Arch had the same success using Progressive West. So I think it's a valuable resource. Okay, any other questions on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I would ask for a motion to receive the consent agenda as presented.
I can do that.
Okay, thank you. Ernie moves to receive the consent agenda as presented and discussed. Call the vote. Those in favor? That motion's carried. Okay, number 9, upcoming meetings and events.
Yeah, I can let Lace review or speak to this matter.
Yeah, this is here for your review. I've updated, it's updated as of, there was a last minute update with the MDT Regional Fire Services barbecues that are in August. That was the shared note there that's being referenced.
David.
Just wondering if there's maybe any clarification, just being a Grassy Lake person and not having been in town of Tabor for Canada Day, where would you like me? And is there some places I should for sure be? Anyway, I'm happy to help wherever tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we should just spend a minute on Canada Day. So Town of Tabor request to the MD of Tabor is to provide greetings at 11 and cake cutting at 11:30. So I'll be there for those. But other than that, they have their people, their volunteers taken care of. If someone was interested in volunteering, they do have a volunteer site, but they really have it under control for tomorrow. I'd like to focus a bit more on Vauxhall. 6:30, they ask us to come. MD Council historically has been there to help cook the sausages, cook the pancakes, and cut up the watermelon. We've usually had a group of 4 or 5 of us, however many. So I know we have at least commitment from some. I know some schedules have changed. That's okay. They're just happy to have any of us. So I'll arrive shortly after 6:30, and my job has been cutting watermelon, but I don't mind to do whatever job they need us for. And then the parade is that afternoon. So I'm going to go to Vauxhall, back to Tabor, but I want to confirm, do we have people for the parade? And Lace or Arliss, you guys have the candy, and do we need to have someone from Tabor pick up the truck to bring it, or do we have any staff who are interested in being involved? And I'm good either way. We just need to make a plan. We've usually driven the truck that is wrapped so that we don't necessarily decorate it. We just drive through.
So there's candy here for those that are planning on participating in the parade.
Okay.
You can take that, if it's easiest, you can take that with you today, or we can make arrangements to have it delivered out tomorrow.
Yeah.
I just don't know who's participating, so.
Yeah, so let's finalize the parade at lunch. Murray, you're going to be there for the parade tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll be there all day.
Perfect.
I don't know, is it 6:30 the start time?
Well, usually we're there between 6:30 and 7.
Usually we're there at 6:30 and we're
Standing around for
setting things up for them.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and so usually they had said to arrive at 7, but most of us came a little bit early. Because the meal is from 8 till 10. I think if I
8 till,
look,
yeah, 8 till 10 or 8 till 10:30, and then
then directly onto the parade. I have it
the
on my
parade lineup
social
starts at
media.
10:30. I think the parade's at 11.
And I've never been to this. Where is this in Vauxhall? The breakfast is?
Community hall.
Yeah, the main community hall. We'll get you that.
Breakfast is there, and then the parade starts from there and ends there.
8 till 10 is the breakfast.
Most of the information's on the calendar invite.
Yeah. And so, Murray, do you want MD of Tabor staff, could someone get the truck to Vauxhall today, or?
Yeah, I can get, the truck can be there when it's needed, for sure.
Buying the other one in the parade, or you're going in the parade, or what?
Ernie, are you going in the parade?
Not planning.
Okay.
I have to take my own vehicle, or if the MD doesn't have a vehicle
We
there, I
can
could
figure
jump
that out
in
at
with the
lunch.
firemen, whatever.
Right, we could also, our fire trucks go in it as well, but if anyone's available for 11 to go in the parade, that would be great, and if not, it's okay.
In Vauxhall?
Yes.
Like I could pick up the truck in the morning.
Right.
And drive it out there and have it for the parade and then drive it back and drop it off.
That would be, if you're available to do that, let's work those logistics out at lunchtime, just so we don't take up meeting time. But it would be great, and then you guys, we can load it with the candy today and get that done. Okay, we'll figure that out at lunch, and then I'm coming back to go to the, yes, Lacey.
Yeah, and then I just wanted to point out 2 more things on the events meeting, but
Okay,
I didn't
go ahead.
mean to interrupt you. So there is also an RMA attachment there is an opportunity to meet with the president and our district director.
Mhm.
So it's not scheduling that meeting today, just are we interested? Do we want an hour meeting? Do we want a 4-hour meeting? Do we want to show them anything? Do we want to have it here? Do we want to tour them around? That's what that correspondence says if you just refer to attachment C. So we don't, like I said, need to schedule anything specific, just are we interested and what kind of meeting do we want?
John?
My thoughts are an extended meeting only because we have 4 new counselors. Might be good for them to have a good understanding of what RMA, what services they provide. And it's taken me 8 years to figure that out because I didn't have the opportunity to have a 4-hour meeting. So I think that might be beneficial.
What month? I tried to read through to figure out what month we might be in. Did you, maybe I missed something obvious?
No, nothing was proposed in terms of a time. It was just, are we interested? And then they'll get back to us with
Up
some
till
dates.
October.
Between now and October? Because it said something on that letter about getting back to them by January.
June 30th or something. Where did I see?
I was confused by that. Pick a rain delay for a weather delay.
Yeah, so we would need a motion. I do think to do 4 hours, we can show them something. Last time we gave them it doesn't hurt to do it at our shop because even for all of us, we haven't had a tour of our shop.
Right.
And so to have a better understanding of what's going on there and then to understand their services, then we could have lunch out there or something.
Yeah, in the letter it does say to let them know by January 31st.
Oh,
And so I was like, is this next
I do
year?
know
I
this
was
is a-
confused.
I do know
Yeah.
that this is a follow-up correspondence that was sent, so.
Right, okay.
Okay.
And then I just want to make note on another item that came in from Sergeant Stu Gemmel, an opportunity to meet with the Alberta headquarters of Alberta RCMP. Again, not to schedule anything, just are we interested? And do we want to participate in that?
Well, I never think that's a bad idea since policing is, I know we haven't added it to our pile exactly, but we need to. And so if we have a chance to visit with them, that would be great. John? Okay. So once we receive these upcoming meetings and events, you could also schedule the RMA visit and the RCMP visit. If we can make a motion like that. Okay, anything else from you, Lace, or any other questions from council? Okay, seeing none, the motion would be to receive the upcoming meetings and events and schedule an RMA 4-hour member visit and an RCMP visit. Anyone willing to make that?
I can make it since you made it already. Making it easy. You made it easy. I didn't
Okay.
have to come up with the words. Thank you.
Okay, all right, any questions on the read-in motion? I'll call for the vote. Don't let me forget at lunch to finalize those parade details. Okay, the next item on the agenda is FCM from the ground discussion. That was placed on the agenda at the request of Councillor Tory. And so we can turn that over to you, Councillor Tory, to bring forward some discussion on it.
Yeah, I mean, probably shouldn't take very much time on it, but it is, I guess it's an initiative that's been led by the mayors, and I assume that means Reeves as well, to set aside land that could be ready for non-market, like affordable housing for different areas. And I know we don't have, like Tabor's our major center, but we do have urban, we have Grassy Lake and Chat and those things. So it's just a discussion. There's an online form where we can go on and say that we actually have land that we are ready, or that we will try to identify some land by September 30th. that would be available for housing that, and so they're trying to build a database or an inventory of land that could be looked at to be built on for affordable, supportive, cooperative, or mixed income housing. So it wouldn't have to be all affordable. And then because Build Canada Homes is doing some big programs, there's things like that that require land that is provided by municipalities for some of these programs. And so I don't know for sure. I did think of the lot. There's some lots that are in behind the shop in Grassy Lake. They're, in the the south side of Grassy Lake, fairly close to the Sunshine Manor. And I thought maybe, we have 4 units in Grassy Lake right now that are taken care of by Taber and District Housing. But if there was, anyway, just to bring up the discussion, is there land that is not currently being used, and maybe it's been sitting for a long, long time, that we could make available? I don't know who's going to look at this database and all those things, but it is just to know that there could potentially be some stuff. Grassy Lake is certainly much bigger than it was when we built Sunshine Manor, and so maybe 4 units isn't enough to handle the amount of seniors that would like to stay in Grassy Lake, and that could be the case in Enchant and Hayes as well, a small unit. Anyway, if there's nothing to be put in here, I don't think it's the end of the world. It was just an opportunity that they presented and wanted us to talk about.
Yeah, well, of course, that's near and dear to my heart, and I have been approached, and I know Councillor Tricado was also approached. Our MD of Taber land, and looking at that's in the town of Taber, where our old shop is. Someone said, would you ever consider that? And I said, well, we would have to come to council and whatnot. I don't think it's a bad idea to make a motion to fill it in and say that we don't have land set aside, but I would be really reluctant for the MD of Taber to get into the social housing. We're a little bit different because of the scale. Calgary's and Edmonton's, Montreal's, they have no choice. They're council, but we actually work really well with Taber and District Housing. Yeah. So when I looked at the survey that is in the link, to set land aside, I'm not 100% sure we're ready for that, but I think if you answer no to it, you still are involved in getting the information. So I don't know how others feel, though. That's just my own personal.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking. Definitely thinking in cooperation with Taber and District Housing that we wouldn't be doing it on our own for sure. Yeah.
And mixed housing definitely seems to be the approach they're seeing, so that you can have some at market level and then some. Anyone else have thoughts on this topic? Are you willing to have us fill out the form? Okay, either there's a motion or we'll just carry on, but it doesn't mean that we're out of the game if we don't fill the form in.
Oh, yeah, no, I just want everybody to be aware that this is a thing, and if somebody had known about something, like I hadn't been approached by anybody, so anyway, nope, great.
We can receive it for information then.
Yeah, I can make a motion that we receive it for information.
Thank you. I'll call the vote. Those in favor? That motion's carried. All right. We did the ExploreNet. So when I look at this agenda, this probably is our biggest item today, the Regional Fire Services billing approach. There was lots of good information. The one thing I want to double check as we start this discussion, for those who were looking through it, did you realize the attachments were live links so that you could see those 4 items? I'll assume, okay. So some did not, and I wondered if that might be the case. So those, when they're highlighted in blue, those are live links. So that information is there and available. I don't think that will change our discussion today, but it did highlight the research plus the questions that administration has posed for us today. I just want to, so as you go through, if you're wondering what they're talking about, it's these live links that were in there. All right, I'll turn over to administration to start the conversation, and know this originated from a notice of motion that we approved, and now we're at this next stage.
Thanks. Thank you. So in approaching this topic, so this was originally at Committee of the Whole, as directed by the committee, to be brought forward to council for further discussion in the form of a memo. So the intent, I believe today, is to capture feedback, direction from council as far as drafting policy, drafting as per recommendation included fees and charges bylaw amendments or modifications, regional fire services bylaw, potentially reserve policy development, and potentially regional partnership agreement modifications. We did highlight, there's a list of 11 as you noted. It may not be 11, it may be 9 or 8, but we are looking for direction on each item that is identified in the RFD today. And we did list each of the topics because we hope that would help guide the discussion as far as each individual contributing factor when it comes to regional fire services billing. And there's also been included feedback as directed for council consideration as council looks to adopt policy on this from our partners. So that includes the town of Vauxhall and the village of Barnwell. And so you can see there is some feedback there with regards to them reviewing and looking at the direction that we're considering and providing us feedback. So I certainly can take questions, or we can, if we want to utilize this model, we can work through 1 through 11, looking at the different aspects of our regional fire services billing process.
I'd like to, I guess, play this out in a maybe a little different way in that, so should we decide to go to billing right from the time we leave the gate, how would that process work for, let's say someone has a bale fire? So how does that now work for them deciding whether it's insurable or not? Is that upon the landowner to disclose that, or would they have to then, if they didn't have insurance, to come back for application? That's pretty important for me to vote in favor. I think the process should be that whoever's on scene finds out if there's insurance, and if there isn't, then there would be no bill sent. And if there is, then it would be sent to the insurance company and get that information at the time of the fire or shortly thereafter. Because you're seeing people on their worst days. And so hitting them with a bill later, if they don't have insurance, would be problematic in my mind.
So I can get back with follow-up information as a result of today. Absolutely, like we will take notes and any follow-up items. There is some considerations for fires for fire billing as far as the minimum, that 4-hour minimum that's applied currently, and then any billing for after 4 hours. So there is some considerations in our current bylaw.
So right now, just so we're clear, if our firefighters go out to a fire service call, not a highway call, that's handled differently. Could you just outline, I know everyone's supposed to read it, but could you outline what the 4 hours free? And it should be noted that when the MD of Taber established their own fire department, we already had fire departments in Enchant, Hazen, Grassy Lake, but we didn't have houses in Taber or in Barnwell. And in Vauxhall, we were under the village of, or town of Vauxhall. So it was a selling feature. 100%, the 4 hours free was a selling feature because there was additional costs. So, but now can you explain what the 4 hours free is?
So as mentioned, I'll refer back to the memo, but it was the fire service responses to properties located within the MD of Taber, excluding calls for services on provincial highways or fires caused by CPKC rail equipment or power distribution equipment. The first 4 hours of the call for service are at no charge. They are billed for consumables only, including water hauling and mutual aid response if applicable. After the first 4 hours, they're invoiced as per applicable rates, and that would be what we currently use, which is the Alberta transportation rates.
On this multi-page document, the fire service invoicing summary, neighboring municipalities, if you haven't had a look at it, it is attachment B on the live link on page 404 on the agenda item. We are the only municipality who gives free firefighting service. So to determine if we're gonna, you're right, I actually was asking a City of Vancouver firefighter. The first question they ask is, who's your insurer, where are your documents? But is it our fault if someone doesn't have insurance, the MD of Taber? That is not, it's like hail, just because you didn't buy hail insurance doesn't mean you should also be given the opportunity to receive some funding for hail damage. So I actually am willing to make this very political change because it doesn't make sense. It was a selling feature 10 years ago. Why does it need to be a selling feature anymore? Our fire service is fantastic. Worst day of people's lives or not, there is a duty of responsibility to carry insurance. I'm going to go to Lane first, then to you, John. He had his hand up.
I understand where the 4 hours of free billing came from, but the realization is that on a typical fire, most fires are out and the department has gone back to the hall, and the beneficiary of the service has received a freebie for the response that has been provided. It's my experience that if it's set up so that the bill goes to the insurance company will work with the municipality. Each policy has limits as to how much they will pay out. If the fee schedule is set up such that you bill to the maximum of the insurance available, then that determines how much you're going to collect on that particular incident, and it covers the cost. It becomes a way to help fund the provision of the service that's being provided. If we do nothing, it's the insurance company that benefits, because every insurance company, your policy has a provision in it to pay out for fire suppression services. And if a bill doesn't get sent, the insurance company benefits. They have charged you for something that they do not have to pay out. And this is an easy solution to help offset the cost of the service without impacting the ratepayers.
So I'm still concerned with the uninsured loss. So if it's uninsured, let's say it's a bale fire and you're on insurance, can you refuse the service? Because really you can't stop a bale fire once it starts anyway. So then you're just dumping water on something that's just going to burn forever. So I don't think it's right, because not everybody insures everything. If you got an old outer building that you decided not to insure in your farmyard, if it starts on fire and you have no way of collecting insurance on the building, then why worry about putting it out? So are we going to allow for refusal of service?
Administration, can you speak to that at this point? Or is that a future question?
Yeah, I can't. I don't have an answer
Okay.
to that specifically. We can seek a perhaps more comprehensive answer out, but if council doesn't want to charge folks that don't have insurance, then just write it off. Doesn't bother me much. It's not our money.
Well, it technically is. Our residents pay taxes, and we allocate to manage those fire trucks and have paid on call.
For sure, but council's council's in a position of authority
I
to-
realize that, but it is all of ours money.
to collect that or not collect it, right?
Yeah.
And they can make those decisions. Those are the positions that you've been elected to make those decisions on. So as far as like the concern itself, that can be addressed multiple ways, right? If first responders respond to a scene in the name of safety, they address it, there's no insurance, council can decide to write it off based on the authority that they have. If they don't want those residents to be faced with that invoice.
So 40 Mile, I should be cleared, they do not charge for land and structure fires, and Pincher Creek, they have the first 2 hours are free, just so that I'm not. But Pincher Creek, yeah, go ahead.
Just to add to that, as Arliss had mentioned, that with respect to refusing service, when it comes to, obviously, like we mentioned, safety, so people and property with respect to protecting property, other properties and that, there would be a requirement that if we come up on it, or if there's a situation where there becomes a safety concern, such, there is some obligations. Again, we would need to follow up with more details, but there would be some municipal obligations.
What of our, have you consulted our chiefs, or has this just been an administrative review since it was council driven?
It's been limited, but there has been some discussions with our district chiefs at, like our fire chiefs, meetings that they have, but it has been limited, to this point on, where we're going with this as council continues to consider changes.
Mhm. So before we go any further in the discussion, council, we as individuals need to determine, do we want to change how we invoice for fire service? Councillor Tory, excuse me.
I do like what John is, I mean, I've had a couple of bale fires, and I've had fire trucks there for hours dousing, and it never ends. The fire just keeps happening. And so if there was these agriculture, like bale fires happen, balers have lots and lots of bearings, and if they get hot, you have a fire. And so it's, and there may be insurance on that baler, but there may not be insurance on your bales or your field. But if a farmer says, okay, there's a fire, and if they bring out 6 fire trucks or whatever they do, could most of them be sent home, and just somebody there for safety supervises that fire, because we're all standing there watching it anyway? It is a very good point. We don't want to have to pay fire trucks to all sit there spraying water on this thing that's just going to keep flaring up. Like when a big bale shed, and we have lots in our MD, and one of those big sheds starts on fire, it's going to burn, for days. And they don't need to have a fire truck there the whole time. There's nowhere, maybe one to make sure that it doesn't spread, but for the whole fleet to stay there and to charge that. I mean, I do have insurance on my feed, but not very many farmers do. And so I don't know. Anyway, it could turn into a very big bill. And like I say, it's a disastrous day when a big hay shed full of Timothy, and we have lots of them in our MD.
So I guess operationally speaking, on scene of emergency, it ultimately comes down to whoever's managing the scene, right? Whoever's in command of the scene. And I don't want to dismiss those concerns, because I believe they're very real, but I think the principle behind what, at least from my understanding of what council's trying to achieve, is recover costs where you can, and if you can't, you can't. That's what I think we're trying to do, right? So not necessarily get into details of operational response. It's more so just recovering costs where you can, and when you can, and if you can't, then we can put mechanisms in place to make everyone whole, whether it's paid for or not.
And to qualify, I have insurance on my feed, but it doesn't have a rider that is fire suppression. It's just a replacement value. And so that, if there were trucks there for a day, there wouldn't be enough money there to even, it would barely cover the fire services.
Do we have to stay 4 hours? Can we just go down to 1 hour? Like 1 hour, you get out there, you decide what's going on, and then we start billing. You pay for them going out and back. If they don't want you out there, you go back home. and then you've done your safety due diligence, you've showed up.
They very well may, as Councillor Deputy Reeve Johnson mentioned, they very well may come back within an hour and a half.
Yeah,
I think the 4 hours just references
so we cut it.
invoicing implications more than anything, as it stands currently. So I just think, I mean,
No, what we're talking about is trying to even the response and the playing field regardless of the incident. In the case of Councillor Tory's comments where he said that his crop is insured, but fire response isn't. You send the bill to the insurance company, the insurance company comes back and says, we don't pay for, under this policy for fire department services. Okay, the bill goes away. But whenever there's coverage in place for the bill that has been sent, the insurance company will pay. Regarding 1 hour versus 3 hours, if it's a vehicle accident on the highway, the fire department responds, whether it's a half-hour response, whether it's a 2 or a 3 or a 4 hour response. And there's a double standard in place right now. If it's an accident, that's the case. If it's a fire, we're letting the first 4 hours go at no charge, and it's being funded by every taxpayer. Level the playing field so that every incident is treated the same. If the fire department responds, whether it's a fire truck or a rapid response or whatever it is, there's a rate attached to it. As soon as it leaves the fire hall, the clock starts ticking until it comes back, and it's the insurance company that gets billed for the service.
See, I would agree with that as long as you're not putting the responsibility back onto the person who sustained the damage or the fire. If it's between the municipal district of Taber Fire Service and the insurance company, I'm 100% in favor. And if there's an ability for the insurance company to pay, that it pays, and if there isn't, then the bill just goes away, I guess, or is taken internally. And probably most of the incidents we respond to are going to be covered, but like field fires definitely wouldn't be. I don't think there's very many farmers that cover loss of fire in the field, or that would have the capacity to have insurance for that. So there's multiple things that probably wouldn't be covered, because I know from experience, I've had people who have had bale fires with no insurance. At the end of 4 hours, they're asked, do you want us to stay here? Not if it's going to cost me, you can leave now. And then they look after it themselves because it's just monitoring what they've already got under, well, it's never under control. They just monitor and allow it to burn.
Okay, we've heard from 5 of us. I'm going to go to the other 2. But before I do that, administration.
I just wanted to add, from a Bales fire perspective, Bale fires are typically converted to a fire permit, as long as there's no additional risk to property or such. So that is typical as far as the way they're dealt with.
Unless there's another risk that has to be addressed.
Marie.
Yeah, I've been to a couple of fires in my career. Bale fires in a Timothy shed. You just protect the outside because you're not going to put it out. And we stayed there for 2 or 3 hours, and the guy said, leave. And then if we had to go back, you go back. But most of the time if it's in a shed, it's self-contained. But no, I think as long as as you can bill the insurance company and not the ratepayer, well, I'm in favor of that. It's almost like reminds me of going to the dentist. They ask you, do you have insurance when you walk in the door? But yeah, and as far as feed, I know my feed is insured because if you lose it, then what are you going to feed your cows? So I think most farmers do have their feed, some of it insured anyway, maybe not totally, but it doesn't cost you that much.
Ernie?
I'm liking the idea of recovering costs wherever we can.
Right, yeah, for sure. I'm not limiting the
Yeah.
discussion. I just want to make sure
No,
that
I just don't like the wording of it goes away. Like, we gotta put it in there, cause somebody say, oh, I thought it all went away. Gotta make sure your insurance is for the first, right now it's for the first 4 hours, then you still get billed. The bill doesn't go away. The part that we don't bill for goes away, but if they have to stay out there for 2 days, cause it's whatever. I don't think that, if you're out there for 2 days, that whole bill shouldn't go away, just the first 4 hours that's free should go away, not your whole bill if you're not insured. Or what's the point of having insurance if on some stuff you don't need to then, like. I don't think the whole bill should go away. I think just your free portion should go away, not everything. Cause then if you're burning bales, be like, well, I don't got insurance on that. Yeah, you can stay out here for 2 days and fight it, not cost me anything, I don't got insurance.
I don't think any department has stayed out there for 2 days. Like,
the only one I can think of, and that really changed, was that Enchant explosion, and you were there, so you could probably speak to it. But that was cost recovered by the oil company, and then they still made a significant donation to the MD of Tabor. That's before my time, but they recognized the value of our firefighters in that.
yeah, that explosion, we were probably out there 2 days doing dismantling roadblocks to keep the Snoopy people that wanted to get a closer look at it or whatever. But MD got compensated, they compensated the fire departments. That's how we got our big air compressor for filling the air tanks.
Right.
Use that money to buy one of them, so.
How
As
lo-
far as bale fires, once the outside is contained, unless it's a hurricane of wind and your house or something is right next door, it's a different story, but.
I was just wondering how long that big hay shed burnt, Porter's, just east of you.
Yeah.
But it was for quite a while, right?
Well, but we were only there for probably 3.5 hours to
And then
meet that, and then the farm took that over.
Okay.
Right, and they did a fire permit and had to stay there with water truck and people.
Right.
Cause it burned for a day and a half, or almost 2 days. But again, the part we have to keep in mind is our fire department isn't there to make anyone, they're not there to make money, right? But if there's insurance, why would we provide it for free? I'm struggling with that. And, a land fire, that even is different to me, but structure fires, building fires, all those things. And no matter what, there's not just a cost to the MD of Tabor taxpayers. Some of those volunteers live in the town of Tabor, town of Vauxhall. They leave their job, their family, like the cost is huge for them compared to what their paid on call is. None of them are doing it for our paid on call check. So if we're going to keep going, the 11 questions, the first one is invoicing first 4 hours, no charge, response fees to properties located in the MD of Tabor. Do you want to change that? And again, I don't see this as finalizing today. This is feedback so that the administration can come back with a proposal. Lane.
I'm just wondering, to simplify this, if the motion is that we request that administration come back with any changes that are required in the fee schedule, bylaws, policies, and agreements to reflect moving in the direction of recovering or charging for all responses, and recovering costs from the insurance companies. That there's going to be several things that have to be included in this, in the process of implementing this change. But I think if that's what our intention is, then the administration just comes back with all of the changes that are going to be required to move forward with that direction.
So they definitely need direction on whether we're gonna change invoicing to 4 hours,
Well-
no charge. So we'll need a motion to that effect.
Well, my motion would be that it be based on from the time the fire department rolls until they return to the hall. That deals with the first 4 hours. You bill for it.
Okay. And then when I look at the other questions, would you want it at the same rate as the Alberta
Yes.
transportation rate?
Yeah,
Okay.
Alberta Transportation sets rates and
Yeah.
that's what most of the departments tie their fee schedule to.
Okay, number 3, invoicing for fire service calls, whether they're insurable or non-insurable.
It will be for insured losses
Okay.
only.
Perfect. Number 4, invoice for all fire services. Okay, you already answered that. And invoicing to a maximum insurable coverage or existing insurance policies, you answered that. Transportation, you answered. False alarms, based on the number of occurrences, example, after the second call.
If it's a false alarm, there's no fire,
Okay,
so there's no bill.
okay, that's the clarity
Yeah.
they're looking for. Martin,
Okay, I got a question now.
yeah,
Cause I had this happen to my neighbor. He was gonna burn his corners of his field, and I said, "Do you got a fire permit?" And he's like, "No." I said, "Make sure you get one before you start." So he got one before he started his burn, but somebody's driving by on the highway and phoned it in. And the fire showed up and he's in the area watching his fire, so that was a false alarm because he had a permit, it was phoned in, and they showed up, they have to go home, like, that shouldn't be billed, he had his tractor there and everything ready to go.
I agree with that. If they have the fire
Yeah.
permit, then it wouldn't
Yeah,
be billed.
so there is false
right?
alarm that people drive by thinking there's a
Oh,
fire.
yes.
Yeah,
I have no issue
so
with
if
that.
there's a fire.
John,
So I have
Thank
a
you.
question on somebody that has a faulty fire alarm system that goes out to the fire department every week. So you're not gonna bill for that ever? So that's where I have a problem with this, because you wanting to recoup our costs. So how then would we allow for that to take place? If it's the same property.
so that's what they're asking. So
Yeah.
they're very different. I agree with Martin, if they have the fire permit. And then yours is how many false alarms? Murray?
Usually when you have a fire permit, you phone into 911 and it's registered on there, so if the fire department goes out, they just need to call in, or somewhere there's communication that, oh, this is a controlled burn. That's the way that works, so if somebody's gonna go by and call it in, but if you have a fire permit, well, you're not gonna get charged because you got a permit. But
So administration can understand. Do you want it after 2 false alarms? And we're not talking fire permits. We're just talking, is it 2 false alarms? Is it 3? Lane?
So if it's a false alarm and it happens frequently at a specific location, does the fire department even roll out, or does somebody take a pickup truck out there to investigate? If there's, in my mind, the false alarm issue because of a faulty security system is a separate matter. And if that's happening frequently, deal with that through some other provision that could be put in place.
Yeah, when I asked that question, it was a bit of a boy who cried wolf response, because what if that third call,
Yeah.
even though it's annoying, was the fire? So I do think always are, Murray can speak to it because I don't know for sure, but what I always see is a chief or whoever the assigned person is always booking it in a pickup versus just sending the fire trucks, which is why when you hear the stand down. So Murray, can you explain that to us a little?
yeah, usually the fire chief or the deputy chief, they, from the department, will be on the road going, and if he gets there and it's no fire, no emergency, it tells you to stand down, you turn around and go home.
Yeah.
But what's triggered the call? Is it an alarm system? Is it a faulty alarm system that has sent an automated call? Because that's different than somebody picking up the phone, calling 911, there's a fire, send the department. And if it's a faulty alarm system that's sending a need for a security check, that shouldn't be a trigger for sending the fire trucks out there. That's usually when the police are called to go out and find out what's going on at that location.
Yeah, so I was told they just can't risk that because that third faulty alarm might be a fire. And so what they're saying, asking in number 7 is, what is the number of occurrences before they get that bill, even if it's just for the chief's truck heading out there? Is it the third faulty alarm in, it doesn't say this, but, or the second, after the second call, right? They're just trying to ensure that that property owner deals with having a proper alarm system. So what do you guys want?
I think one second false alarm, you should get it fixed. You know the bill's coming the next time.
Okay, that's what they're, okay, sorry, go
It is
ahead.
very specific to alarm systems, so
Yes,
just,
not
just to be,
call-out.
make sure, yeah, it's not a call, and, you know, and it is done through the system, like through the automated alarm system, so that's what we're talking about here specifically.
This is the 911 call.
No, this is
no,
an
no.
alarm system that hasn't been repaired in this case, where it'd be multiple, and it may be working fine, but in those cases, they won't be false. So when they're identified false alarms, then if they become frequent, we want to just have a mechanism for dealing with that.
Okay. So I heard Martin say 1. Oh, David,
And just for some understanding, it isn't a very big bill, but it would be a deterrent. Like if they show up and they just go home, how much would this be? A false alarm costs $300, $500?
I would have to get a follow-up on that, and that's certainly something we could bring back as recommendations once we know when that frequency limit would be met.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to have a deterrent in place if somebody has a bad system. Yeah, we don't want to, but anyway, it does seem, are a lot of houses getting these now? Like in town, out on farm, we don't have alarm systems. Is this coming from houses or businesses? This is a pretty regular thing for us?
We haven't billed for one, and it was just information that we'd gathered from our regional partners in Town of Vauxhall and Village of Barnwell as well, just as something that they wanted to see as we continue to develop this policy to deal with this, so it's not a utilization, an unnecessary use of resources in these cases.
So I think the message is, if it's a repeat false alarm, then bill. John?
And I just looked at the Barnwell Fire Services agenda. 7 detector false alarms since the last meeting. So to me, it's significant. It's the 3rd highest call volume is that item.
Right.
So it happens a lot. And so if we're going to address costs, that's another place we need to address it.
Yeah, so they're looking, so do you want it after the second call, after the first false alarm, or on the, I think you give the people at least a chance to fix it. Okay, so go ahead.
I think it's after the first one, and then you can submit that you've got it serviced and looked at, and then it gets reset. If you do nothing, well, then it doesn't get reset. If you can submit that you got a company come out and service it and it's been reset, well, then you're back to.
Good idea. Okay, all right, we said we wanted to invoice directly to insurance companies. Do you want the invoicing appeals considered by council? Yeah. Is that when it was related mostly to the individual?
If the direction is for the ratepayer to not bear a cost, then appeals are, in my opinion, are irrelevant.
Right, okay. All right, and then, so then number 10 would be also irrelevant, unpaid invoices applied to the tax roll. And 11, MDT, revenue generated from fire calls applied to reducing operating costs or reserve to support asset renewal and upgrades. So it doesn't just become part of our general operating, it's specific to fire response. Okay, so what we need is a motion that reflects, you've got those answers somewhat written down?
Ultimately, the next, like in reference to the RFD, the next steps.
Yeah.
will be to incorporate that feedback in policy format, whether
Right.
it's bylaw or policy format. So it's coming to council. There will be a resolution to move forward, or expect there will be a
Yes.
resolution to move forward. And then the
You'll
actual
come back.
changes will come back through policy or bylaw.
Lace, do you have something for us? Or do you, the main thing is I would like to have okay, let's have a look. Okay, go ahead, John, while we read
On
this.
number 11, I'd like it was more specific to fire services. It doesn't say that in here. It looks like it's going to general revenue when you read that, number 11.
Yeah, just to clarify, that is a question of and or.
Oh,
So do
okay.
we want to look at this from the continued perspective of applying it to general revenue? Or do we want to look at it as what was brought up in committee of the whole was to look at potentially funding reserves in support of capital renewals? So this is a new direction essentially.
So for
council
me,
does
it'd be funding reserves for fire services, and only
Yeah,
fire
that's how I
services.
feel too.
Yeah, fire apparatus and fire services and nothing else. Going into general revenue, no, I'm not in agreement with that.
Okay, does this motion, Arliss, also give you enough direction based on our discussion? And is there someone who's comfortable with making that? We'll let Arliss answer it first once he's read it.
Yes.
Okay, so is there someone who is prepared to make this motion?
I can move that the municipal district of Taber direct administration to amend and or prepare amendments to all effective policies, bylaws, and agreements necessary to implement the cost recovery structure discussed and supported by council at this meeting, including the fees and charges bylaw, regional fire services bylaw, reserve policy, and regional partnership agreements as applicable.
Thank you. Any questions on the read in motion or comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, let's keep going. Letters of support request.
Oh, sorry. So we received these two requests for letters of support from the Taber Golf Club, as well as the town of Taber. Bear with me here.
So there are two separate motions, so I know all of you will have read your package. So if someone is prepared to make this motion.
I can move the first one, that the municipal district of Taber approve a letter of support requested associated with the town of Taber grant funding application submitted to the Building Community Strong Fund under the Government of Canada as a civic center facility and accessibility improvements project, providing enhanced space for events and recreation in the Taber region.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? I'll call the vote. Those in favor? That motion is carried.
I can do the next one.
Thank you.
That the municipal district of Taber approve a letter of support request associated with the Taber Golf Club grant funding application submitted to the Building Community Stronger Fund under the Government of Canada as a clubhouse renewal project and improvements to accessibility, facility upgrades, and outdoor space enhancements.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? I'll call the vote. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, proclamation request, pregnancy and infant loss awareness.
Yeah, so we have a policy that directs our response to these types of requests. Today's discussion would ultimately determine whether or not council is in favor of supporting such, as well as whether or not they'd like to see it added to our regular annual proclamations list that gets reviewed annually at our annual organizational meeting. So the details are included in the RFD. And the recommendation is presented in such a way, if council wanted to support it, quite simply, if they weren't in a position to support it, it would just be a defeated resolution.
Okay. So I was a little concerned when I saw this on the agenda, but as someone who's had pregnancy loss and friends who've had child loss, it is a huge and heavy item, and it isn't what I thought it was initially, so it's not as political. It's to provide support and awareness. So families who've endured this or individuals who've endured this, there's work and support going on. And I reviewed the website from this Oaks Tree of Love, and they're working on finding additional support provincially and federally. They're not looking for it municipally. Municipally, they're looking for raising awareness. John.
With that, I'll give you the motion that council proclaim October 15th, 2026 as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Day, and October 2026 as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month, and direct administration to publish the proclamation on the MDT website and social media platforms in accordance with the policy 12-029 proclamation policy.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That's carried. So it is 11:56. I propose that we adjourn right now, get our lunch. We have a little matter we have to deal with at lunchtime that's not related to the agenda, and we'll come back after lunch and finish these specific items. I don't want to rush the employee handbook if we don't have to. I hope we're only here a half an hour later, but if we start now, we might not get to do our lunch. So I'll call a recess. We will resume the June 30th regular meeting of council. We are in our paper copy at number 11, Employee Handbook Policy Revision.
So this particular item is before council to consider some revisions to the employee handbook. Beginning of 2025, the employee handbook actually received rather substantial changes. So what's being proposed here are, in my opinion, rather less substantive changes and more so adjustments, tweaks, corrections, perhaps, from oversights when they were passed in 2025. So I can reference these and outline these here. I think I have them categorized out, the main changes here. The other thing just to reference is that there is, when discussing these particular matters, there is sometimes specific or potential issues relevant to the disclosure that may be harmful to personnel interests and or draft policy from officials' perspective. So if conversation tends to lead that way, I'll try to indicate as much, and then council could consider the closed session aspect of this agenda item, which is listed in the agenda package. So that being said, I can go through them, or I can quite simply just take questions based on what council has reviewed, whatever your preference is.
Some are just strictly housekeeping. Some are things that we've learned having it in place for 1 year, right?
And some are showing clarification on points that maybe weren't as clear as it was intended.
So my question in shared notes, which was just asking whether it would be, whether it's relevant or necessary to go to professional networks. My only ask for that was just to understand, and you explained it, whether they were key jobs or not key jobs. And I wondered if it was an expense based on you needed professional networks to, I just didn't know why we wouldn't list all the jobs on RMA, but I get seasonal summer, that probably doesn't make sense to list it on RMA.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, that's why I just wanted to be clear.
And then even beyond the RMA or even the generic municipal job sites.
Okay,
There's
yeah.
even more specific ones that are considered, for example, GFOA or Alberta Wastewater Association. It just depends on the nature of the role.
Okay. David,
And it also depends on the recruitment uptake as well, right?
yes, thank you. David?
Yeah, are you going to go through? I just had a question about a specific area way down in the policy, so maybe that's later.
No, he said he'll take questions,
Okay.
so let's go.
I just like under bereavement leave.
Yeah.
By adding the non-relative in there, it almost seems like you could take out all the definitions and everything and just say bereavement leave 5 days a year. I like the policy. I love it. But I think you can take out a whole bunch of stuff now because it's for anybody, you know.
That's a very, very valid comment. What I did when drafting this was to quite simply, in essence, I used words to represent exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
And it's more from a perspective of incremental change.
Right.
So when we come to 2027, you might see
It disappear.
a lot more.
Okay.
Or just a lot more simpler.
Yeah.
Simpler
Yeah.
definition.
No, and I wondered that, but I think it's great. I try to do it with my employees. It's just have something standard and easy, and you don't have to fight about the details.
Right.
Just do it. Yeah.
So point well taken, and I probably had the same thought when I was drafting it, but.
Does anyone else have any questions? I went through this when we were in it prior, so I might have a different view, but on the 4 new, if there was other questions you had, but the memo outlines everything very clearly. If there are no further questions, then I would ask for a motion, but I am not rushing to end the discussion by any means.
I can give you the motion if more questions that can take place too. The council adopt the proposed updates to the employee handbook policy as outlined in attachment A.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. So based on any of the updates or anything else in the policy, do you have any further questions? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Those in favor? That motion is carried. It is not lost on us that this was a ton of work, but some of them were incremental changes that didn't require debate. So I'm glad if it's working for our staff. Okay, consent agenda exemptions, we didn't, oh, sorry, oh yeah, I guess this is the order. Nothing in consent agenda, agenda exemption. Council requests for information. I wondered if we wanted to try to set an intermunicipal meeting with our neighbors to discuss some common issues that would be held later in the fall. If you want to put that motion on the books to get it going, and if you don't, that's okay, but I just wondered if we've been having some discussions about that. Okay.
Yeah, I would like council to consider a motion where we would invite our neighboring municipal councils within the MD of Tabor to meet together with us, just having conversations about things that we see on the radar, things that we need to be giving some consideration to and planning for together for the benefit of the community, the long-term benefit of the community.
Okay, and I would suggest that we say including policing, recreation, social housing, but not limited to the, regional water, but not limited to,
What about the regional fire too?
oh,
Just about bringing the services a little more in line or anything like that?
well, I think that one's gonna come back as a motion already, because we have that on the books.
Okay.
I think we can still add fire service to it, so that we can do it. So Lace, you probably aren't in our brains, but to have an intermunicipal meeting with our neighbors within the MD of Tabor boundaries. And I would propose it'll be a supper meeting with pizza or something, just informal. We'll give Lace a minute. So this is your notice. If you have any other council requests for information or a motion, be ready for that after this one. And so to Arlos's point, this is another example of making a motion that has a direct workload and cost to it. But hopefully, but I think it is valuable. Okay, so the motion reads, council direct administration to schedule a meeting fall 2026 with neighboring municipalities within the MD of Taber and include policing, recreation, social housing, regional water, and regional fire service, but not limited to other topics. Further questions or comments?
Probably, but not excluding.
not
Not
exclude.
excluding other topics.
But not limited. Oh. Okay. Any further questions or comments on the agenda or the motion that's in front of you? I'll call the vote. Those in favor? Okay, that motion is carried. Sorry, go ahead.
Just one last comment on this one.
Yes.
Maybe, Arliss, just assure your fire chiefs that we're not talking about significant changes in the structure and the way the service is delivered. I don't want them to think that by including regional fire service that we're considering a whole-scale change in the way we're delivering the service.
Yeah, just discussion.
Okay, thank you. Any other council requests for information? Go ahead.
Just being in China, we certainly saw things that are done very differently. But one thing that came up was, and I think it's been talked about regionally, but is that they have a shortage of garbage in China, which is like mind blowing because they use it all to generate electricity. And so none of it's put in the ground. It's all burned in high temperature incinerators to make electricity for the cities. And so it's actually kind of expensive because it's in short supply. They don't have enough to burn. And it just made me think, and then using AI, it sounds like it's totally legal. We could do that in Canada. It's not like our environmental policies exclude the possibility of burning our trash to make electricity. Obviously, the furnaces are very expensive because it has to be very clean. Everything has to be done at very high heat. And anyway, I guess just curious are we engaged at a regional level? I think it's been talked about, but we put all this money into putting it in the ground, and they're incredible population and no garbage. Like everything is so clean, the garbage is valuable, and the people don't have to hardly sort it at all. Very few things. They can pull out a couple of things, but everything else is then dealt with on site, and it was kind of eye opening to see how other parts of the world do things.
That could actually be one of the topics that's added, because we've had discussions in the past about what was referred to as SAWA, Southern Alberta Energy from Waste Association, where that very concept was what was being considered. And it is still being explored, investigated elsewhere. The town of Coaldale has extended an invitation for us to be involved in those discussions. I think that it would make sense for us to also reach out to the town of Taber, Vauxhall, Barnwell, see if they want to be part of conversations that look at that possibility of getting involved with that.
Yeah.
I just think that would be a natural extension of what we've already suggested as items for discussion during our regional meeting.
And then the one last thing is, as I see in the CEO's report, there's already pivots going up out there and on the irrigation project. As we build this, there's a huge opportunity for solar for us as an MD to actually have our own solar. It's based off of usage, but we would need to engage, and we want quotes from at least a couple of companies on how to build solar somewhere in that area with all of that usage, because then anyway, we could become micro generators and make a lot of money off of that, additional money off of that project. But we would need to bring in a couple of solar companies you guys could do they could do the analysis on how much energy is going to be used and how big the sites could be before we have to look at it. But I don't think you want to just I've worked with enough solar companies, you want multiple bids on a job that big.
If that was something council wanted to prioritize, yeah, a procurement process for that, we would probably put together an RFP and request proposals for that
Right.
kind of a situation.
So I don't know if that needs to come to an agenda later that we all get to talk about, but yeah, anyway, our experience has been very, very good on it. Yeah, our utility bills have gone away and we're making money beyond our utility bills with the solar. Yeah.
I was just gonna mention, I don't know if it's been brought up here, but there's a huge solar project just across the highway that's been proposed at the school project. And I mentioned to a BRD board member, they should just move the solar panels into the school project, but he didn't seem very interested. So,
Like in the corners or something.
yeah.
Well, we definitely can put our small ones in there because ours won't be massive
Yeah.
like that. It's, you know, they're much smaller. Yeah.
David, with that, would you like to make a motion for the MD of Tabor to explore solar opportunities in the scope project? Is that what you're
Yeah, I think
thinking
so.
about?
Like you could even have one of the solar companies that you would want to have bid on it. They could come and just do a presentation because you could tell them, we're doing this many pivots, the pumps are this big, you've already got all that designed. And they could tell us and just let us know what that would look like on paper. Because I mean, I've done these projects, but you know, just to help us all understand what is the potential income and the potential cost of building it. It would, anyway, they do it every day. Their sales people do this every day. It wouldn't take them very long. And I don't think it would take a bunch of effort from you guys. They want to do it and they would gather the information. But then we would then want quotes from definitely more than one company. But one of those companies could come and give us a bit of an education if we wanted. Yeah.
It sounds like an intriguing opportunity for sure. Council can carry a resolution to that effect, but again, at some point we'll have to prioritize what needs to get done now and not. So,
Right. Well, I don't know that it's this summer, but maybe it's next year. But I think if we don't put it on the books, that's why I suggested it be a motion, you know, at least then it's on the books.
Yeah. My experience would say it's probably be about $350,000 worth of generation income every year. So every year you wait, it's $350,000 you're not going to make. So it's, you know, it's just timing. You can get on it right away because Fortis will either base it off of your last year's bills or they will base it off of the size of the project and make an estimation and let you build it ahead of time.
yes, therein lies the importance of making a resolution.
Yeah.
Right.
For us to do it.
So, yeah, so have a look and see if this meets what your intent was. So I realized I was putting some words in your mouth.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so Councillor Tory moves that council direct administration to explore solar energy opportunities within the scope project and report back to council with options and recommendations at a future meeting.
Great.
Okay, any questions on the read-in motion? I'll call the vote. Those in favor? That
And
motion-
again, it'll be triage, sorry. I
Yes.
cut you off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what you'll see from council is those things that have to be in now will actually have a date on them. So
Even that could propose challenges, but that's not for today.
I realize that, but at some point we have to sort of pick and choose how we're gonna go. Any other council requests for information? Seeing none, we have a notice of motion that has been brought forward by Deputy Reeve Johnson. So I will turn the time over to him.
Thank you, and thank you to council for providing the opportunity to consider what I have brought forward. I guess before jumping into it, I just want to provide some introductory comments and a bit of an overview. First of all, I don't know what feelings and thoughts individual members of this council have on this issue. There hasn't been any prior consideration or discussion that I've had with you individually on this, but this is something that's really quite important in my mind that we need to give some consideration to. I've been surprised during conversations, just casual conversations that I've had with individuals where the questions coming up
what's going on? Where do you lie on this issue? There's been attention brought to me from people that are well outside of the Tabor area, asking why things are going the way they are and why they're hearing about things that are taking place locally. There's a lot of anxiety, a lot of issue, a lot of concern about what is going on right now. And I'm hoping that council is going to be open to considering something that would try and provide some structure for what lies ahead of us leading up to October 9th or 19th. I've got a few comments that I have written out that I want to share, and then I'll just open it up for discussion with council here. The potential consequences ahead for the October 19th, 2026 provincial referendum are monumental. There is no sitting on the fence. My intent in requesting council's consideration of this motion is not to change opinions of those whose minds are firm that Alberta would be better off as an independent republic than remain within Confederation. In bringing this motion forward, I am hoping that we can reach out to those who still have a glimmer of hope for what Alberta can become. Even the statement on a particular sign in Tabor that has attracted so much attention across Alberta implies that the sponsor still has some hope for the future. One bent on pursuing a path of separation or to separation does not want to send a message to Ottawa. They would just serve divorce papers and move on. My desire is that together we can motivate the indifferent and undecided and instill hope for a better future within Confederation. To those who only see one acceptable outcome outside of Confederation, I acknowledge your frustration. If on the morning of October 20th, the outcome is not what you wanted, I hope that you still feel welcome and needed as a contributing member of the community, and trust that you will likewise extend an appropriate level of acceptance to those on the other side if the opposite outcome occurs. Maintaining an open dialogue is the only way we can move forward together in pursuit of an improved future. Moving forward together in pursuit of that vision cannot occur if we fail to bridge the current divide, which will only grow wider leading up to the October 19th referendum if we just sit back and do nothing. We need to proactively address the matter and refuse to let hardened positions on both sides of the issue fester and spiral out of control into feelings of bitterness, intolerance, and enmity for one another. As a divided community that is now on an irreversible countdown to D-Day, we can and must do better. We do not know what the outcome of the vote will be, but we can decide well in advance of that day whether we are going to continue living together in a sense of shared community after the vote has been tallied. That is what I am hoping that we can achieve together. Let's move forward with proactive measures that can foster a respectful exchange of ideas and heartfelt opinions focused on an improved future for current residents of Alberta and for future generations yet to come. That's what has motivated me to introduce the motion that is before council. It may be that the words that I have chosen to use in the motion itself don't appropriately represent what my feelings really are on this issue, but I am hoping that there's going to be some way that we can reach out and engage the community on what the future holds, what the opportunities are, recognize that there are differences of opinion, and we've got to respect those differences of opinion. We're not going to be able to change minds of people that have really dug in on a position.
But we've got to figure out how we're going to engage with one another during the weeks ahead and certainly the days after the vote has taken place. And that's what I'm hoping we can try and affect through this resolution. And I would ask council's consideration in this.
Thank you. I'll open this up for discussion.
I'm just wondering what exactly your motion is, because it's not really listed here.
Do you want me to read it out?
Yeah, because it's pretty broad in scope, and I'm not really understanding what we're actually doing here.
Well, for one, I'm hoping that council is prepared to make a statement that Alberta's future is within the Canadian Confederation. That, first and foremost, should be council's position. And it should be the position of every council. When we look at the role of municipalities, and particularly the things that this municipality has been involved with just recently, it's clear that we are doing things that would support Alberta's continued participation as a province within Confederation. First and foremost, I'm hoping that this council is prepared to let that position be known. And I respect the fact that that may not be the position of every member around this table. But I feel that that is a statement that we need to make and have that debate within council. So that's the first thing that I'm hoping we can accomplish by this.
So is that a motion then that you'd like to declare? Like, it's not here saying that, so that's why I'm confused about this motion, because it very open-ended and doesn't really give much clarity as to what you're looking for.
I'm certainly open to amendments to it, to improvements, to provide the needed clarity.
Martin.
I thought we were just gonna be proactive and instead of reacting to what happens. I think if somebody wants to put up a sign, whichever side they agree with, so be it. And that's, we shouldn't be stopping one side or the other from doing what they want. And if they pay for a sign, want to put it up, whatever side wants to do it, and that's their choice. And then we'll see in October what happens, but I don't think we should, because if we put our view, I feel we're trying to guide it one way or the other, and I think everybody should have their own opinion and be able to make it, and we put up signs and they decide which way they want to go, and we shouldn't stop anybody from putting up a sign.
I am absolutely not suggesting that we would stop anybody from putting up a sign, and that's where the last part of what I am stating here, everybody has the right for freedom of expression. And under no circumstances should anything that we do limit that right to express how they feel about any issue that is out there before the public for consideration. What I am hoping we can do is figure out how we're going to engage during the period leading up to the October 19th referendum. And we have got to be able to set something in place that provides for ongoing dialogue after the vote has taken place. That's what's even more important, so that we can continue to recognize that, yes, there may be differences of opinion, but we are still community. And we still need to be able to work together in spite of those differences of opinion.
One thing, I just thinking a lot about Canada being in China, in a communist country, and then watching the World Cup and all these different things that we do as Canadians. You feel more like a Canadian when you're not in Canada. But also, I just had a lot of thoughts that there are many families in Alberta that have been affected by federal policy a lot more than other families, especially those in the oil industry. And I can really empathize for those that are angry and frustrated and feel like they were, abandoned by the federal government. I'm a very proud Canadian, but it was very good to just pause and think about people that feel very hurt by many of the policies. And as a farmer, I didn't feel those same things. But it doesn't eliminate the reality that some families have had their livelihoods dramatically affected by policies that happened at a federal level. And so I think, trying to go along with this, that we need to understand that opposing viewpoints don't just need to be respected. We need to realize that there's reasons why they have those viewpoints, and some people have really been hurt and they feel totally betrayed. I'm hoping that we can work within the Confederation, and I still think that important things need to change in our relationship with the country as a whole. But I just love this country. I've been in all the provinces. I haven't been up in the north, which I wish I can't wait to be able to travel up in the north. But I love the East Coast. I love the West Coast, and there are a few spots in the middle that are okay as well.
John.
So for me, this 19th referendum question isn't that important because it's non-binding. So my encouragement is everybody to vote in favor of a future referendum, because what it does is it allows us to give it a whole year or more to ensure that the federal government's going to follow through on some of the stuff they promised us. So to me, if you're looking for my input, I will be voting in favor of a future referendum on separation. That's when it'll become binding. It's not binding now. This is easy.
True enough, that's the way that the referendum question is structured. But recognize that that is not only going to give us 4 months of uncertainty, that's going to give us a year or more of whatever that period is going to consist of. And uncertainty drives investment away from places where there is certainty. There is no question about that. And if we're prepared to pay the cost for that level of uncertainty, then I guess we get what we deserve. And we need to be aware that that is clearly going to be one of the impacts. And I don't think that we as members of council that are working to improve the economic base for this region should be thinking that that's an appropriate step to take on this.
The idea that we haven't been paying for our place in Confederation over the years as a Western province is ridiculous. The Canadian Wheat Board and the Canadian Wheat Board Act is a prime example of how we've been paying for generations, and how the policies for limiting our tankers, limiting our pipelines, all of that, we've been paying for it already. So another year doesn't matter.
So Lane, I read your notice of motion, and then I just heard that you want, your first thing was Alberta's future is within Canadian Confederacy. So that is quite a different motion than the notice of motion. I have no issue with that. And then what I also don't quite understand from the notice of motion is, how do you see this happening? How do you see the MD of Tabor? Are you looking to have a forum where both sides are invited and we just are the host to ensure people have an opportunity for information? I have a very strong opinion of where my decision is and what I will vote, and I have no problem sharing it. I share it very publicly. I want to remain in Canada as a province of Alberta, but I recognize there are others in our municipality who don't feel that way. I have discussions personally and professionally with them, but I don't know that as a council, making the statement that we belong in Confederacy, if that just divides a council. And I think we've already struggled with a lot of division. And maybe I'm wrong, because if I was ruling the world, I would say, yeah, we should just stay here and have Ottawa work through things that aren't working for Alberta. And I think the Premier of the province has said that. But I worry that if as a municipality we go there, we've seen many mayors, many councillors make public stands on their opinion, one way or the other. And we saw that even in Calgary Shaw on the UPC nomination. The candidates made clear whether they were in favor of staying or going, and the outcome was such. But I do worry we're delving into an area that we never have gone before as a council. And I'm not afraid of going there, but I could support if we wanted to host a night where both sides could come and speak and people can gain information. But one post that we would make for one group and the other, there will be some who will see us as picking a side or not a side. And I don't know that as this council, I've already heard it for sure from at least two people, they don't see it the same. And maybe there are others, I just don't know that.
I do wonder, as an underlying issue, because we are a municipality within the province of Alberta, within the Confederacy, we're only here because we're a country. And so as a government body, I think there could be the ability to defend our nation because our power stems from the Confederation. That doesn't mean that individuals on this council can't want to separate. That's totally viable. But as a government institution that derives its power and a lot of its funding from the federal government, I can definitely see that we could make a statement that, as a part of the government of Canada, which we are, that we love Canada and that we, but I'm, like I say, I don't know what it looks like or how to do that, but I am very grateful that we live in a constitution and that we do have these amazing institutions that help us to have beautiful communities. But but built within that, there is this ability to have referendums and things, and so it's not like saying others that have disagreements are treasonous. They just want to use their rights to vote a different way. But I'm very grateful that we have great partners at the federal level. And anyway, I really. So I wouldn't be afraid of trying to say something positive about Canada. I don't, a lot of times it just feels like only the people that are angry get heard. And so I do hope that those people that are happy to be Canadian also get to be heard, and that we all can share our opinions freely. And I think that's what Lane is trying to get to here.
John.
So, and nowhere in my statement did I say I was a separatist.
No, I know.
So part of the rationale for this is non-binding. And so I don't know that I'm a separatist yet. But at least allow people to speak. There's all kinds of reasons to speak about it, but that is a private decision. And I don't know that bringing it into municipal chambers is the right place to do it. I really don't. This is a provincial issue. It's a provincial referendum. If this was a municipal one, for sure, we need to have engagement. This is not our lane. And I don't think we should delve into it at all. And that's my take on it.
Lane?
This is going to impact every resident in Alberta that's here now. It has the potential to impact generations to come. This will have more impact on us than anything we are going to deal with during the 4-year term of this council. It's that cut and dried. And if we're not prepared to take a position on this, I question why we're even on council.
Well, I am on council to answer your question, to represent the people in my division and in Division 4, and then on that, the residents of the MD of Taber. But in Division 4, I know full well there are some families who've already declared that they are separatists and some who've already declared that they are not. And so I heard what you said, that you want to be there for those who are undecided and not knowing, to provide them information. But to represent the MD, I mean, that's why the province is not making a decision. They're going to the people to make the decision. Thus, there's an October 19th referendum. So what makes the 7 of us think we're so much better than even the province to vote on our stance? Now, I could be in agreement that you want to be able to provide educational or engagement opportunities. I can understand that and have both sides in the room, because I'm a believer in information. But to have us make a stance on where we belong, we do serve at the pleasure of the government of Alberta. And at any day, they could come here and decide that they will look after our municipality. And so I am reluctant when even the province has recognized that people, individuals, will have their say. I've already told you where I stand, but to have me vote when they're going to individually ask is very challenging for me. Martin.
I'm all in favor of people voting. I don't think we should be guiding one way or the other. We'll just tell them, go get your information, seek it out. Don't go on Facebook or whatever and believe what somebody writes. Do your research and make your decision. We shouldn't be telling them this is what we think is going to happen, because we're not experts. We're not experts on this. Just, if we're going to put out anything, do your research for this referendum coming in October. Don't go by what your neighbor thinks or whatever. Do your research and do what you think is right. We're not going to tell you which way to go. And as a counselor, if we want to go talk to somebody personally, we can tell them what way our thinks or whatever. But I don't think we should be trying to guide somebody one way or the other. We'll just tell them to do their research. Do your research, and what you think is right on October 19th, that's what you do. It shouldn't be for us to try to, you can want to do it in your own time, do it in your own time, but as a counselor sitting here, we shouldn't be trying to make decisions for people, telling them which way to vote. If we want, we can have an election, do that, and that's what ours is for. We get elected and
Lane.
Nowhere have I said we should be telling people how they should vote. What I am saying is we need to encourage the conversation and to encourage respectful conversations that do not shut down the other side. And that comment applies to people on both sides of the issue.
I think the one line here that I'm reading that sticks out that would lean people to, it says, we evaluate the province influence within the Canadian Federation. So that's trying to say we want to go that way. If we get rid of that, then, because that's trying to say, in this motion, trying to say we want to stay in the Canadian Confederation. And maybe that's the right thing to do. In the end, if Ottawa is willing to deal with us and be fair fairer than they have been, in my opinion, that's be better. But I don't think we should be telling people how to vote. Do your research though, don't talk to your neighbor. Research everywhere. And like you say, it might be the most important decision we make in 4 years, so do your research.
Would council be interested in doing something that would encourage people to become fully informed? Between now and October 19th, we are going to have coffee with council sessions. We can use those sessions to open up and have discussions with people that come, letting them know that this is in fact a significant issue that we need to be taking seriously and giving thoughtful consideration to. There would be other opportunities for us where we're out there meeting with the public, and we need to be prepared to encourage the discussion, to have the dialogue. And at the same time, to respect the fact that there are those that are going to have differences of opinion with how we may feel individually on the issue. And part of our responsibility is to make sure that when those differences surface, that we do not put somebody down because we disagree with them. We've got to make sure that people know that they are members of the community, that we want them to continue contributing, and they need to be part of the discussion, part of the dialogue, both leading up to October 19th and after the referendum vote has concluded. That's what I was hoping, that we would be able to put some kind of a process in place that would help lead us through the months ahead coming up to the October 19th referendum date.
I mean, coffee with council is scheduled for July 22nd in Enchant and September 24th in Hayes. So we have, we've always let residents lead that discussion, but we can put out the reminder to get out and vote and to do your research. I have no issue with that. I just want to understand what you're hoping council would like to do. I've run it. Obviously, my last election was not staying in Canada, but I had to go door to door to dispel some myths of what I was doing. And so as an individual, I'm prepared to do that on my stance, but I also know I can't convince everyone. And that's why my vote only had 42 people split, because some people didn't agree with my opinion. And that's why the province of Alberta has chose to do a referendum. But if the MD of Taber, what we can do is provide, information at July 22nd and September 24th, that's fine with me. Or if you even wanted to host an event where those two sides come together. But I think you'll see those events popping up. And Lane, my opinion is very strong on what I want to do, but I'm also very respectful of other people's opinion. Does it make me nervous, this vote? You bet. Does it make me anxious for my own family? You bet.
I just thought where we were going with this is to get ahead of what Tom Tabor had to deal with, so we don't make news everywhere. Just to say, we want people to, if you want us to put up a sign, put up a sign. If you don't want to put up a sign, don't put up a sign. If you want to vote one way, and it's your decision, and we're not going to stop you from doing your decision. It's not our decision to tell you which way to go, and whatever you want to do on your property, or if you rent a sign, that's your choice. I don't think we should be telling, because they had a big turnout. I think 2 days ago at their Sunday, had a big turnout there. people showed up for that. Nothing wrong with it. They pointed their view, and I seen the other side show up with their vehicle. I drove by. There was no big thing. Just let them do their thing, and that's that. I think it's just easy. We're willing, if you want to promote your stuff and it's on your property or you rent a sign, do it. Get all your information out you think people need, and the chips fall where they may. And then both sides live with it. Don't be mad at the other side.
I think Elections Alberta will probably ask municipalities to promote the vote. And if you, in past elections, and our municipality didn't do it, but even on some municipals, they have a link, City of Lethbridge and for sure did, City of Calgary, they have a link to the different people they were electing. So I don't know that Elections Alberta will have that, but I'm sure they will ask us to promote it just like they do other elections that we've seen. So I know it's not an election, but a referendum. John?
I think it's important that people understand all of the referendum questions. I think I know the one is the most impactful, but I think it's also important that everybody understand what all of them are, so that when you come to the ballot box, you understand what you're voting on. And you're not just clicking a box that you haven't researched. I think everybody needs to research all 10 of these and come to your own decision. And make sure you get out to vote. That's the most important part.
Yes.
Okay, I'm open to some changes to this then. Just give me a few minutes here to work through. Question for council. Would council be interested in at least hosting an event in addition to the 2 coffee with council events, where we would actually be able to open it up for discussion during those 2 smaller events? But if we were to host one that invited individuals or a presentation from each side, although that's
So in our community, the chamber has done it for elections, but a referendum is quite a bit different. And when the last referendum happened 2 municipal elections ago, we didn't do anything. And people had a heck of a time with those referendum questions. Like, people often spoiled ballot, like you can look and see how many spoiled ballots, because the questions were long and wordy. And right now they're, except for the 10th question, they're long and wordy. Arliss.
Jurisdiction, I can only speak to what I know from a factual perspective. Jurisdictionally speaking, and I know most of you in here know this, municipalities are a creation of the provincial government. We derive our power through the Confederacy, the Constitution, through the provincial government, not the federal government. Jurisdictionally, as a CAO, which is not political, jurisdictionally, I believe the municipality should stick to municipal issues. We receive funding from the provincial government. Some of that funding is regularly scheduled budgeted funding. Some of that is advocacy-based funding for important priorities that council's identified. And again, I don't want to just focus on the money, but it's the reality of life. And I just, again, trying to remain completely neutral through the brain of being the CAO. Even when it comes to downloading of services, I still think municipalities should stay in their lane, specific to the jurisdiction of what a municipality is responsible for. But I fully recognize that council has the flexibility to act however they like, and respect their decision as well.
I think the months leading up to this, both sides are gonna be going full bore with their own promoting, so we really don't have to host anything. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be everywhere. Yeah, I think we just gotta say, have your opinion, express your opinion, love your neighbor, and just put out there what you want. Not, we shouldn't be telling people one way or the other, and just leave it at that, because both sides are gonna be promoting hard on their own. I don't think we need to set up a thing for them. They had one in Tabor a few days ago where one side did. Before that, the other side did. They're gonna be both sides are gonna be doing their thing anyhow. So I think we just, as a council, just say, be respectful, and we're not gonna stop either side from doing anything, I think. As long as it's within the law.
Yeah, on the Elections Alberta site, they have the questions listed. They have the process that's going to take place. They don't have links to a side because I think the side, it's muddy, like it's muddy who you even invite, right? Because some are furthest this way, some are middle, and then some are the opposite. Lane, I think you are definitely wanting to make I think I heard what your stance is, but I think most importantly, you want people to be educated on the referendum, understand perhaps the implications, and to be respectful of those who have a varying opinion. And that the outcome will be what it is, and we still want people to be respectful. I think those are standard human qualities that we often have to be reminded of, because sometimes elections and referendums bring out the awful. So we can definitely role model that, and I think even today's discussion and debate demonstrated that we have a respect and understanding for each other's opinion. I don't know officially how, as a 7-member council, we do it without causing strife, other than to promote the Elections Alberta website and the date of the referendum. And as individuals, I'm sure we will all have our own paths, whether we're publicly involved or privately. But as a vote of council, we struggled when we had a vote of council when some people were absent. So what if this is a 4-3 vote or 3-4, whatever it may be? Does that truly represent? But we know it does. We know it's binding. But we still had people on other motions be upset when not everyone was present or it wasn't unanimous. So I'm really struggling. I think the intent is absolutely admirable, and one that the 7 of us are all respectful people, and we want the best for our residents and our province and our country. But I'm not sure how to go about doing it as a council. Yes, Lane.
I appreciate the discussion, appreciate the feedback, and I recognize that this is a difficult issue to deal with. There's a lot of emotion on it or around it, and I think that level of emotion is only going to increase significantly during the months ahead. I acknowledge that this may not be reasonable to put this council in a position of having to make a decision one way or another on something of this significance. And with that being the case, I'll withdraw my motion. But know that this, as I stated, is going to be the most significant thing that this community is going to be dealing with. And not just this community, it's all communities in Alberta. There will be nothing else more important during the 4 years that we're on this term that we're going to be dealing with. And it's staring us right in the face. And we've got to be prepared to deal with it. I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Okay. The closed session, and council, thank you for a very respectful and engaging discussion. That sets a tone for people as well. The closed session item was just here in case we needed to talk about specific positions in the employee handbook, but we did not need that. Resolutions arising from closed session, earlier one we dealt with. Have we covered all aspects of the agenda? I'm getting the thumbs up.
Motion to adjourn.
I
thought I'd get to this time.